All right, are we live? Let me see. I think we are live. Good. Okay, I need to do a couple things. Pop this out. So this is an LCQ that's happening right now for Edison Worlds coming up in December. And I figured I would stream it because there's going to be a couple of these. So what's good, TJ? How's it going, buddy? Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you enjoyed the holiday. My favorite holiday. Get to eat all the big bag foods. I know you like food. We love food. So this is round one. I believe this is going to be a Swiss tournament. I know I got leftovers too. I am still slightly full though, so I'm gonna wait until probably after this LCQ and then heat up some of my leftovers. I have so much shit. Yeah, I had a good day as well. It was very nice. I love just being around like family and friends and laughing and eating. That is like one of my favorite things in life. So yesterday was amazing. And it usually is every year, honestly. Let me do this. Do this. Okay, so it looks like OG won round or game one up against some kind of Machina deck, which is for value, that's a good thing because Machina decks can be pretty problematic. I was wondering what was going on. Dueling book? Not right now, please. Okay. All right, so this is catching me up now. All right, heavy storm. That's pretty rough. We're going to solemn the heavy. Interesting. Very low, 2200. That means a fortress can never get through at this point. Oh man, but yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. Nice timing, first time seeing you go live that early. Yeah, this is not normal, like at all. But I was like, you know what, I kind of want to stream some of these LCQs. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream all of them because there's like 3 of them. But I am able to stream this one, so you know, we do what we can, chat. We do what we can. Ay. But yeah, we're here. It's early. Yeah, I'll be live again later tonight because I'm doing a Edison tournament later. Sorry, I'm just checking something out real quick. What's going on here? Nothing. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Adam. My best mate, Adam. Adam, your fucking food stuff that you post on Instagram is so insane, bro. Like, I just look at your page and it makes me instantly hungry for desserts. My top 5 Thanksgiving foods: mac and cheese, like baked macaroni and cheese, candy yams, turkey, stuffing, and collard greens. Those are probably like my top 5. That's the type of shit I like. And I like my mac touching my yams. So I had a plate last night. My mac was touching my yams. I was so happy. So good. Oof. I'm about to heat that up. I needs it. I needs my mac touching my yams. Let me see. So OG down here looks like he is kind of stabilizing. He's got some field presence. Very low on life, but his opponent is now approaching the halfway mark. Oh, Summon Fossil Dino. Are we going to set? Okay, he's just going to let this card go. This is a value, I'm assuming. Yep. Very easy to read that situation. So yeah, Weak Fortress. And we have a Dinah. But she summoned the Dinah mainly just to get... Oh. So you can Starlight Road this, if that matters at all. And then we're going to pop that. Wow. What a fucking turn of events. Like, now OG is... Basically, they're tied in life, so... OG is... I don't know what he's on, honestly, chat. I don't think he's on Nitro because he typically does not play Nitro. So I don't know. Guess my family's ethnicity from the Mac. Oh wait, I went to dinner last night and someone said I put too much milk in the mac and cheese and I proceeded to drink half a cup of milk. I am not going to guess the ethnicity, but you know, just know I see you. I see you. From your timing, going live is perfect. Just finished work. It's 5:19 p.m. here. Very nice. Yeah, this is a random stream. This was not, I was not ready to do this at all. I just kind of like saw that there was an LCQ and I am off work. Obviously it's Black, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but my job, we have off every year for Black Friday. So this is always a holiday at my company, and I figure, you know what? I did everything I wanted to do already. I finished Stranger Things, the first 4 episodes that came out for the new season. That shit was correct, by the way. Went to Thanksgiving, ate a lot of food, brought a lot of food home. This breaker was absolutely insane, by the way. And so now I'm just kind of chilling. And I say, you know, I got some time. I got time today. I just looked at my wrist. I got time today. But yeah. He said, I'll guess for him. Let's fucking go. Hope you and your family had a very happy Thanksgiving. Yes, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. You know, I hope that everyone had a decent Thanksgiving. Even if you had to just get some Boston Market and bust that down, you know, ain't nothing wrong with it. Love me some Boston Market. Even if you had to go to hibachi or something, you know, love hibachi. I know not everyone has a big family and all that stuff, or people in their family that cook for this type of event or occasion, but hopefully you were able to eat something good yesterday. But yeah, I had a typical Black Thanksgiving, so, you know, I can post, let me see something. I have like, I'm gonna show y'all my plate and I'm gonna show y'all one of my to-go plates. Cause I know how nosy y'all are, you know? I know y'all wanna see. Cause y'all like me, y'all be wanting to see shit. I wonder, can I show, there's a picture that I have of Ice Spice and Lotto hugging, and I don't think that it's inappropriate, but even the way I just had to say that, you know, it's kind of like, right? Like, why you gotta say that if it's not appropriate, right? It's kinda, I think it's fine. Okay, so we're going to game 3, it sounds like. I just heard the sound. All right, so here we go. I got some photos that I just posted to my Discord. So let me, okay, so this is one of my Thanksgiving plates. So as you can see down here, you got the candy yams, you have your mac and cheese, you have collard greens, all three. So these 3 things right here are the Holy Trinity. This is my Trinity. Since I don't play GOAT format, this is my Trinity right here. Okay, this is my Holy Trinity. You know, I don't play GOAT, so fuck pot, graceful, and duo. My Trinity is mac yams and collard greens. This right here, and then this is stuffing, and then this is pot roast. And so this is just plate number 1. This is just plate number 1. I filled it up as much as I could, and I actually started by the time I took this picture, I had already started eating a lot of the, like, this was stacked way higher, and I just started eating it, and then I was like, fuck, the gram got to eat too. So then I had to stop and take a picture, post it on the gram, but you know, because the gram got to eat. Here is a to-go plate though. Here's I shouldn't say plate because it's not a plate. This is one of my to-go pans. Okay, this is a to-go pan. So as you can see, you know, we got the to-go pan, mashed potatoes, ham, turkey wings, candy yams, mac and cheese, stuffing, turkey, collard greens, more stuffing. You know, you gotta have a whole pan for the to-go, you know, just a whole pan. So, you know, but yeah, this is and then I want to show one last picture because, you know, this is what I posted on Instagram. So I posted this on Instagram yesterday. I need my mac and yams touching like this. So, but yeah. So there you go. That is just a little bit of my Thanksgiving right there. Just a little pop of Thanksgiving. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take a whole pan and go. I'm a big bag. I'm greedy, bro. I'm a fat man in a skinny man's body. All right. I'm a fat man in a skinny man's body. Oh, it's Genzo Returner dot deck. Ham. Yeah, you know you're black when your dessert to go pan is just as large. Yes. So I had the opportunity to take an entire sweet potato pie home. Like literally, I was basically begged to take a sweet potato pie home, and I just was like, I don't want to. I'm trying to. I said like after Thanksgiving, honestly after my birthday in New York, I was like I am chilling a little bit on like all the sweets and stuff that I typically eat. So kind of reeling it in right now. So I did not bring home an entire sweet potato pie because that goes directly against what I was doing. Like I had the opportunity to get banana pudding and shit, and I was like, I'm chilling. Like I'm good. I've been eating long enough. Stop being greedy. I went to my family's Thanksgiving, a black family. That went to my friends. Then went to my friends after a white guy. I had a cup of ginger ale at his family's. That's all you had? You were like, I'm not touching the food? I would be so scared to like not take any food if I went because they're gonna know exactly like why. I feel like, oh, can we get you anything? And then you just gotta lie and be like, no, I had a big dinner at my family's. No, thank you. I appreciate it though. That's like me being fake as shit. Knowing damn well the food looked nasty. Do you yo-yo diet like once a week or how often? I yo-yo diet, I don't do it weekly. I do it like every couple of months. I just completely stop overeating and I start eating like healthier in general. And then that just like, it just like corrects my weight really quickly because I have a fast metabolism, I guess, or something. I don't know. But I am a known yo-yo dieter though. Like I am a known yo-yo dieter. So I can go from eating literally this and this, like, and then like I just won't eat carbs or something for like a month. Like I'll just be on a low carb diet for like a month, just eating a bunch of protein, like a bunch of meat and vegetables and shit like that, and fruit. Because if you got to get carbs, you know, why not get it from natural sources, not like bread and shit. But yeah, I like a little yo-yo diet. Give me a little challenge. Because it is hard to resist eating all the things that you want to eat every single day when you have the option to do so. Bread is good as fuck. Bread is like, oh my god, second hamster. Oh, Gary is... Okay, Gary, returning to his roots. Because I know for a while he was like bitching about 2 hamsters or something. And I was like, I don't know what, like this car is broken. Like, what are we doing? So I'm glad to see he came around to his senses because... I'm a firm believer in double hamster. Like a firm believer. Like I would not play value without 2. But yeah, Mac touching the yams is where we at. So this is a great position for OG. Yep, deep prison, which he kind of had to know that was there. But he wants to attack first, get the deep prison out the way, and then Raiko is going to get a pop. Now I will say, unless we were specifically afraid of torrential tribute, I thought that he would have flipped the Raiko first. But let's see what the cook is in main phase 2 here. MST, yeah, that worked out pretty poorly. Uh, but he does mill a guard now. You know, the thing about value is that they can accidentally win the game off the mills. So I wonder, do they keep in Caius in this matchup? Like, is Caius still on the table here or no? There's a part title on my plate, no touching. That's crazy. Can I ask you something about Clair Obscura ending, or is this a spoiler-free chat? I mean, you know, spoilers for Clair Obscura, but ask away. Like, if you haven't finished Clair Obscura, like, just don't listen to what I guess this question is that I'm about to read or whatever. I finished the game months ago, though, as you guys know from me live streaming the whole live stream my whole playthrough. Basically, the only part I did not live stream is literally there was a part where I had to grind to get Lumina points and shit like that, and I was like, I am not streaming this because it's just me doing the same fucking thing over and over and over again for like hours, and I honestly did not want to talk during that time. But yeah, I have an entire playthrough of Clair Obscura on my channel, which is kind of cool. Special Fortress again. Okay, so Patrick had the out to Catastor anyway with the Cyber Dragon, so doesn't feel as bad that it got de-prisoned now because this could have naturally just out of Catastor. But if Gary had flipped the Raikou main phase 1 before Catastor attacked, he had a 50-50 chance between de-prison and MST. Okay, when it got revealed that they are basically in the canvas as a VR chat, then didn't it kind of take away from the entire content? Like, if the entire world is fake, then Gustav and all the other people who died are relevant. I hard disagree. I think that you're missing, like, I think you're missing the point there. So you are currently alive and you're living your life, you know, as a human being and who's lived for probably 30 something years. If somebody just randomly told you that your entire world, like this world that we're living in right now, is not real, like, that doesn't invalidate the fact that you have forever believed that you are a human with a soul who's like a real person. It doesn't take away from the fact that you are a real person. This is in your world, like, this is all you know. So some people just came out and were like, hey, you guys are actually not real, you're all created. It would not make you want to live less. It would not make any of the things that you've experienced in your life with your mom and your family, if you have children and all of those things, it would not make it any less real. Like, people believe in God, for example, in this life that we're currently living, but like, you know, it doesn't make, like, somebody just telling you like, oh, by the way, like, your entire existence is just not a real thing. Like, Earth, this whole thing is just all a painting. It's like, okay, but I still very much like streaming every week. I like creating content for YouTube. I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I like traveling the world. I like eating food. Like, it doesn't change the reality of your world. So the whole, like, people dying is irrelevant thing is kind of a bizarre take to me. Like, if your mom died right now and I told you like, oh, well, you know, your mom wasn't real anyway, like, you would be like, what the fuck? That doesn't. So that, to me, that's just, it's just a really bad take, honestly. Exactly. Like, who is to say what is real and what is not? Oh, we got a big fortress. Oh, we're going for it all, baby. Sometimes you just gotta not believe. Okay, there was at least a prison, but yeah, Gary's like, I just don't believe you. Yeah, but that's also not true. The person who created you does care, though. I think that you're missing. I think you're missing the entire like point of Clair Obscura, honestly. Like, I think that you are completely missing like the plot there, unfortunately. Because the person who created you does care about your existence. And one of the persons that created you is dead. Mael is another person who created you because she literally brought back her entire. Mael brought back everyone. Like, literally, Mael cares about everyone. She literally brought back Lune, everyone. Like, literally everyone. She even brought back fucking Pierre, who we never got to see until basically the end of the game. Like CL's husband. She brought back Gustave. Like, so your creators do care about you. So yeah, again, I think that's just a really bad take. Like, the entire premise of the game is that you have Mael, who cares greatly about the people in the painting and wants to live her life in the painting as opposed to like real life, right? Because the whole question is like, what is real? Mael would rather live in this world. I'm going to say that this world is fake just to prove my point, or just like make my point. Because again, if somebody just told you right now that like your entire world isn't real, that wouldn't change anything though. Like, you have family, you might have kids, you might have a mom, a dad. If somebody's just like, oh yeah, your world's not real, that would literally not change how you feel about any of your family or anything, because to you, they are. You have lived your entire life, 30 something years old, under the impression that this is life. Like, this is what it is. So if somebody just came in and was like, oh yeah, by the way, like, you're not real. You don't matter. It wouldn't change the fact that you feel like a person that has lived for however long with all the family that they have and have created. Yeah, people care about their creations as artists too. It might be a different caring. Like, some people live their lives online primarily, and people criticize your life with internet friends isn't real. Yeah, and it's like, who's to say what is and isn't real? I think that's kind of the premise of the whole thing, is like, nobody wins in Clair Obscura. Everybody is suffering in their own way. Verso is living a fake life that he has memories of a person that he's not even actually, so he hates his life. But then you have like Mael, who in the real world, she literally hates her existence because she can't speak. She's burned and scarred and hideous on a whole portion of her face. She also accidentally got her brother killed. And so she lives with that pain. Her mother can't deal with the grief. So like, she chooses to live in a painting that is basically killing her by staying in it too long and kind of not facing reality. The father has lost his entire family because Clea is out fighting a war against the writers, who apparently have tricked Mael into the whole fire situation. Clea also has created Neverons because she's taking your dad's side because she needs the mom back. And so the father is like trapped below the monolith. The mom is above the monolith. Nobody's winning. Everybody is suffering in their own way. Lune has been raised by her parents only for the intent and purpose that she is basically a robot to continue the expeditions and continue the mission. And so her entire existence as a child was just like not what a child's life should be like. She had to basically be forced into being their little student that couldn't go home. That's why they had her. CL literally lost her husband to an expedition, tried to drown herself, and ended up losing her baby that she was pregnant with and didn't know at the time. So like, there's a lot going on in Clair Obscura, and to try to boil it all down to like, oh, but like, they're painted, so they're not real, they don't matter, is such a bad take. Because it's almost like, did you play the game, or did you watch it on YouTube at like 2x speed or something, or did you listen to somebody else's like rant about it that, I don't know, also has bad takes or something? I'm not really sure. But I think the story of Clair Obscura is extremely good because it does beg the question of like, what is real, you know? Like, painted Renoir cares about his family in the painting just as much as the Renoir does that is not painted, the real Renoir. Like, they both care about their families. And they even say it blatantly. Like, painted Renoir throughout the game, he blatantly says over and over again, like, I care about my family, and you are like, he's telling Verso, his son, like, you are trying to get us all erased, which is insane. To him, his family is real. How the fuck, like, how are you gonna tell somebody, oh yeah, you're, you know, your Jesus, your Allah, your whatever is not real. Like, your world is not real. None of it's real. Just accept that, like, you're not a real person. It's just, I don't know. Again, somebody could come down to earth right now and just be like, all of you guys are fake and not real. And it would not make me care less about my family. It wouldn't make me care less about my friends. Like, I wouldn't think like, oh, well, you know, if he dies, it doesn't matter because he wasn't real anyway. Like, what? like, like, like if your kid died, you would be like, oh, well, you know, they were a part of a canvas or something. So I guess I don't really care. Like, that's honestly kind of like a psychopathic or sociopathic take. By the way, loving the music. What's up, Quest? How's it going? Okay, so we established a Brio, which is actually really good right here because they already have, right, so they already have the out to what's on the field right now. Yep. It's going well. So interestingly enough, I don't think that OG had to use priority there. I think that they could have summoned Brio and just not use priority, right? Because then it puts Patrick in an awkward spot. If you don't bottomless this Brio right now. Yeah, I don't think Prio was correct there. I think Prio was just straight up incorrect there. Because I have a blatant 2800 guy in the graveyard, so you need to bottomless the Brio, and I get to keep my Sirocco in hand. So that definitely was not correct. Like, for sure. Yeah, you just summon and say no Prio. If they bottomless it, okay, I get to keep my card. If they don't bottomless it, then now they just lose the game to Brio plus 2800 guy coming out in the same turn, and they can't even do anything because you're still going to go. Realistically, you're still going to go pitch the Sirocco in your hand to bounce the back row before you use Value's effect, and then you now have an established Brio since they didn't want to use bottomless for some weird reason, and you have a Silverwind. So that definitely was a misplay, 100%. All right, is this tournament? Fonte and Guari. I don't know who's in this tournament. There are 17 people, 18 people. I guess this is tournament. Rainbow and Mary. Oh yeah, Mayberry is in the tournament. Here we go. So Mayberry is playing Vayu. Is that normal? Oh no, I'm thinking of Murray. Murray plays GBs, not Mayberry. This is such a weird. What is this, a value mirror? All right, I'm not gonna lie. Let me see. I kind of want to see. Okay, so GYB already played. Ice Queen is playing. Oh, milled the value. Very nice. All right, I'm gonna be honest though, we just watched a value duel, so like if I can help it, I'd rather not. Is this it's JK Dad? They really need like a playing an Edison unrated filter, because like yeah, there just needs to be a playing in Bro, so many of these people are playing value. What the hell? Unless is this even tournament? Oh yeah, this is JK Dad. Yeah. Can't you use the filter at the bottom? Is there a filter for that? I don't think there's a. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't think that there's a filter that you can use for. Unless I don't know how to use this, which is totally possible. Relevance, experience, username. Yeah, I don't think any of these cut out like what I'm trying to do, unfortunately. I keep looking at that Fonte Guari duel because I really want to click on it. Actually, I'm just going to click on it. I want to know what they're doing. GBs versus Black Wings. But I don't think that that is tournament, right? Because I don't see. Yeah, I do not see. Yeah, I don't think that's tournament. So I'm going to get out of that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't ask people to do that. I'd rather you host best 2 out of 3. It's fine. I'll just continue on with this. This is round 1, so this tournament is Swiss. Yeah, this is a Swiss tournament. So there's only a few people still playing. A lonely, just one lonely chaos sorcerer against a value and thing engraved. Is there a necro? Okay. Oh boy. Pass. Well, I think this seems pretty obvious what's going on here. Unfortunately, Mayberry has like a lot of resources. A Chaos Sorcerer on the field is so good. If there was a Gardener, that would be even more insane, but he already used his Gardener. But Gardener Chaos Sorcerer is such a like hard thing to deal with. You have to commit a lot, and there's a back row. Like you have to commit. Usually you have to commit multiple monsters or cards or whatever into a Chaos Sorcerer plus Knuckle Gardener. Otherwise, because if you try to attack over it, you know, with like one guy, they can just like, all right, Gardener, and now your guy gets banished for free. Hey Fraser, how are you? Quick question. What, in your opinion, is the best way to sleeve high rare cards to also play like Veiler ultis? I usually just open up the pack and put them in right side up. Okay, so there was no Gores, because I was wondering if Rainbow had Gores, and that, because, you know, that's obviously what they're feigning when they just pass their turn with an open field like that. Okay, here we go. So Lightning Vortex was an excellent out. That was an excellent out. Ooh, 400 is a lot here. I was about to say, that's over half your life. That Plague Sweater represented over half. Oh, that's a really good top deck. Armageddonite. Attacking with Sork first is kind of crazy there. Yeah, so if they attack with Arbor Master and there's a Gores, they can just banish the Gores main phase 2, and then the opponent just has a 2500 token if they attack with Chaos Sorcerer first and they drop Gores, you can beat over the token with Armor Master, but then your opponent has a Gores that is bigger than both of your guys, as opposed to being bigger than just one and tying with the other. Also, if they had attacked with Armor Master and put them, that would be what, 200 less, so they'd be at 350. Plague Spreader would have been lethal for what it's worth. I don't know if they have Plague Spreader already though. Honestly, if they had Plague Spreader already, they could have summoned it with the Chaos Sorcerer, right? So that they probably didn't have Plague Spreader at that time. I think they drew it after, I imagine. Let it end. All right, going to game 3. How's everybody doing on this Friday? Did anybody buy anything for Black Friday? I did buy a couple random things on Amazon. Like random things. I bought like the skincare mask thing that I want to try because the comments were saying that it makes your skin look like a glazed donut. And I was like, well, that's just, I have to try that. Because what? Like, what? How? Like, why are you describing your skin as a glazed donut? What else did I buy? Let me go to Amazon real quick. I bought 6 random things on Amazon last night. Where's my orders at? Oh, I bought a new shower storage thing to put like my body wash and all that stuff on. I bought some vanilla chai tea, which chai and tea. I bought a lumbar support pillow for the back of my chair because I'm always sitting here for work and for content. Yeah, I just bought a bunch of everything was on sale. Everything was like 30% off or more. And I was like, you know what? This is a good time to just buy these things. And if I don't like them, you know, Amazon will just take your shit back anyway. Super easy to return stuff to Amazon. You grab yourself a nice little Bluetooth speaker that I've been meaning to pick up. Yeah, a Bluetooth speaker is a really good investment. I was actually looking at, is it called JTL or JDL or whatever? I was looking at one of those because that brand is very, very good. JBL, yeah. I was looking at their speakers because they had one on sale, and it was, I think it was one of the ones that's like you can have it near water and it works still. But oh, you grabbed the Go For It. I think that's the one that I saw. I think that's the exact one that I saw. It was like a little portable, you know, cylinder thing. Yeah, I saw that on sale. And I was like, I don't really need one because I have an Amazon Assistant in every room, which is also a speaker, because when I play music on it, I just say, play this song, and then it starts playing the song really loudly. So I was like, I kind of don't need the JBL thing, but I kind of just want one, because I was thinking about, oh, well, what about when I travel to like, you know, what about when I travel, right? I could bring that speaker with me and have it in my hotel room, and I do travel a lot, as you guys know. But I was like, I don't know. Because the thing gets so loud, but then if you're in a hotel, you can't really have your music up that loud anyway. So I was like, whatever. I'll just deal with having my phone speaker, which is honestly, my phone speaker gets loud enough in the hotel room. I really debated, as you can tell. I debated about this for a while at 3 a.m. It was 3 a.m. when I was buying shit. I'm just curious on your Hero Frog list. Would you still play the same list, or will you change it for nowadays? I haven't played that list since YCS Niagara last year, but I would still play it exactly the same. The last time I played that list was not YCS Niagara. I got 3rd place. So the list clearly works. I mean, not enough has changed in order for me to think that like it doesn't still just do what it does. Like Edison is a locked format, and despite the fact that Edison does actually have internal changes, it is still the same list of cards. People are not playing different cards really. So oh yeah, the sound from those JBL speakers, Chess, is, I've heard it firsthand from I have this one friend who loves music, and he has one just in his living room on the shelf, and it is so outrageously loud and like really high quality sound. It's impressive. Like those little things are fucking impressive. Yeah, I mean that list, that Hero Frog list is like my magnum opus as far as like I won a YCS like Ultimate Time Wizard with it, so I don't really, and then I got third place after with it, so I don't really feel the need to like change it. It also got second place at RBET Maryland. The guy played my exact list card for card and did not change a single thing, and YCS or RBET Maryland was the biggest in-person RBET for a while, for like over a year. I think the only RBT that's bigger than that is Berlin, which just happened like a couple months ago. But that guy copied my exact list and got second. And you know the person he got second to? One of my best friends, OG, Gary Yu, who's my playtesting partner. So if anyone knows how to play against my Hero Frog list, the best in the world, it would be OG, who won RBET Maryland in the finals against my list, against a player who is not as skilled as me with the list. So like, you know, I think that kind of speaks for itself. Like the list has gotten first, second, and third. Like, I'm pretty sure that me, that guy who got second, and me again are the only people who's played it. But lately I've been playing, you know, I play Froggo TK, and then I play 60 card frogs, which honestly, I'm not gonna lie, the most fun I've had in a very long time playing Edison has been with 60 card frogs. That shit is so fun. I kind of want to build the 60 card frog deck in person, but I've never shuffled my own 60 card deck before, so like, I don't even know what that would feel like. Like bringing that to an in real life tournament, like that has to be so wild. Have you done an Edison deck tier list recently? I have not. I have not done a deck tier list. It's been over half a year since I did a tier list, I'm pretty sure. I am due for a tier list. I'm definitely due for a tier list. I'll do an end of the year tier list, probably before Worlds, because Worlds is in a couple weeks. I'll probably do one before Worlds, like a going into Worlds tier list type thing. Yeah, that was the tournament that I played 60 cards in. Deck Devastators 9. I got 17th place. I missed top cut by 1 spot. What kind of sleeves do you use in real life? I use whatever is gifted to me. I have not bought my own sleeves in years. I haven't bought my own sleeves since I came back to Edison in 2022. Came back to Yugioh in 2022 because I had quit for 5 or 6 years. But whatever is gifted to me by like companies and stuff, I use those sleeves because I don't really, I do not care at all about sleeves, honestly. It's like one of the things that literally does not make a difference to me. As long as they're not white. That's the one thing. I just do not like white sleeves. And I hate them because everyone, for some reason, is just so hell-bent on using white sleeves. Like, I hate being confused on like, oh, I go your guardian your card, and we both have white sleeves, and now, like, one of us accidentally kept the other person's card or whatever. It's just like, I don't want to deal with that. Who is still playing? I feel like, okay, we just watched this. There's no way JK Dad is still playing, right? Okay, I think we're just waiting for people to report. Let me check what's going on in Discord. Meanwhile, I'm gonna put my Thanksgiving plate number 1 back up there while I look to see what's going on here. Okay, yeah, we're just waiting for people to report right now. All right, we need one more person to report, and then we move on to round 2. I guess I can put the little round thing up on the stream as well. Let me do that. So how does this work? I actually don't know how LCQs work. So let me just check. Like, who gets their invite here? Yeah, there's another one of these tomorrow at 11 a.m. 5 rounds of Swiss, top 4 get invites. Okay, no top cut. Gotcha. And there's only 18 people, so this is should be pretty easy. Black Friday invite deal. Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely a Black Friday invite deal for sure. I like that. Oh wait, I put LCQ qualifier number 1. Not last chance qualifier. Alright, hold on, let me fix this thumbnail. LCQ number 1. Here we go. I did not notice. Why didn't no one tell me that the thumbnail said LCQ qualifier? It's like saying ATM machine. It's the same energy as saying ATM machine. Let me fix this. I'm glad I checked that. Let's see. How do I content live stream? Edit. Change this. There we go. All right. Thumbnail now just says LCQ number 1 and not LCQ qualifier. Yeah, I woke up like not long ago and decided that I was going to stream. So also, is this person just not going to report, or did this already go through? Like, what's going on here? This is actually kind of unhinged. Like, they're literally waiting for this one person to report, and they're just not responding. I am genuinely shocked that a moderator has not just like fixed this, like just given like manually report this and move on. This is actually kind of wild to me. And it looks like there are moderators on. Like, I don't know what is going on. Yo, the fact that there is not a single moderator is so wild to me. Just Bro said, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. All right, well, while we wait, I'm just gonna put on a random duel of, you know, some Edison players so that there's like something going on, because like, what is this? Do I have a link to my current Hero Frog list? What do you mean a link? You can find it on the internet. It's everywhere. No, I do not have a link. Yeah, round 2 is starting now. Thank God. Oh my God, that was awful. Also, that duel paint drying. Like, what the fuck was going on there? All right. Oh, is it Mayberry versus Ice Queen? Oh yeah, I want to see that. The guy checked Discord, it's all good. Yeah, it took 15 minutes longer than it should have. Did we just charge into Vayu Sirocco or something? Oh, we did. That is so broken. I'm assuming this is DDV. All right, anyway. So we got a turn 1 charge into mill Vayu Sirocco into DDV, and I think that is just diabolical. That's an opening that would make you rage. I'm getting so many emails for Black Friday, and I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the deals suck this year. Like I miss Black Friday when you used to have to fight, you know, people in person to get a TV. Like that's the Black Friday that I want to be. I don't like this new Black Friday where everything's online and it's like it starts on like Monday and it goes the whole week and all that. Like this is not the Black Friday that I signed up for as a kid, where you had to stand in line and be like potentially trampled as a child just to get like a 40-inch TV on sale. Like I need that to come back. Like Black Friday should be exclusively in person. Online ruined Black Friday. I just want to say, if Masha wins this game, she is absolutely goated, because your opponent opened up fucking Charge, Mill, Vayu, Sirocco, Banish, Summon, Armwing, set DDV turn 1. And yeah, that would just be so outrageous. Yeah, I've camped out for Black Friday before as well. All right, Masha now has, well, will have 6 cards when she draws for turn, because draw and then bring back Treeborn Frog. And they are all of a sudden even. All of a sudden, after DDV, Masha and her opponent are completely even in cards. The power of Treeborn Frog. Yep, the new one, because the old one didn't flip. Exactly. What is this? Just reveal yourself. My Thanksgiving was amazing. Here's a little snapshot of my Thanksgiving right here. There you go. That's my little slideshow. All right, now I'm not so sure about the water art breaking my own dupe block here. This is where I might be a little lost here. Wait, show the last slide again. Frazier, your arm. Exactly. Oh man, if you know, you know. Big Mama, your arm. Mirror Force Prison Heavy Card Trooper. Mirror Force Prison Heavy Card Trooper. So we're getting rid of Mirror Force. Okay, I see. Masha was checking for Dark Armed. That makes sense. That makes sense. So one back row is Mirror Force and one is Heavy Storm, because, or no, one back row is Prison and one is Heavy Storm, because they discarded Mirror Force. So all of a sudden, frogs have more cards than The person who milled Vayu Sirocco turn 1 and DDV'd. Yes, technically, their card even. Really, Mayberry's up on the draw because they have a live value engrave. Masha's playing with a thinned out deck though, so there's like Monarchs and Junk Synchron and Miracle Fusions. There's a known Heavy Storm set, I feel like, right? If I'm reading this correctly, Mirror Force got discarded, Prison and Heavy got set at the same time. So like this has to, I don't know which one is which, but like one of these back rows is Heavy Storm blatantly. Okay, so this is Heavy Storm? According to chat? And I think this is Raigeki Break, right? Because like that was the last card shown on DDV. So this is, they're both playing. Yo, Yu-Gi-Oh! Honestly, Edison has gotten so toxic with the seeing the opponent's hand and fucking with the hand thing. Like you got Water Art and Frogs now, and you have DDV in Vayu, and it's just like, let's just play with perfect information and see who comes out on top. How in the world is Barry losing? You'd be surprised. A double Caius, and you know, here we are. Now I will say this: Mayberry is very fortunate that Ice Queen has not drawn Miracle Fusion, because this is a Heavy Storm, if I'm not mistaken. I also can't believe that some people don't play 1-for-1 in Frogs. Like, that shit is so wild to me. Alright, this is the exact situation I was worried about. You just take 3,000 for free. And let the game get awkward. Yeah, 1-for-1 is a god card. That card's at 1 for a reason. Like, yeah, that card's at 1 for a reason. It is one of the best cards in the format. It does something that really nothing else does. Like, one for one. Full cowling. So there's a Card Trooper and a Heavy Storm that we know of, but then I think the rest of the cards are unknown. So Card Trooper, Heavy, and 3 unknowns. Having the Heavy Storm set is actually not bad here, if that is Heavy Storm, and I assume it is. And there's a live Vayu engrave, so this is still very much winnable by Mayberry. Masha is in the driver's seat 100% though right now. There's the known Heavy. Oh, it was Mirror Force, not Raigeki Break, so... Okay. Alright, I don't assume that Vayu has more than 2 prisons and a Mirror Force for battle traps, so I think the battle trap war is over. Bottomless. I assume this is Card Trooper. Yep. So they're going to draw the 4, which is pretty decent. And then Masha still has a Raigeki Break, I think. Not going to set it, though. Interesting. There is, so that's a there's a Raiko there. Okay, so there's potentially still a Raikou. There's still 2 Raikous, actually. Just a Plague Spreader zombie. Masha only has 16 cards left. 2 Miracle Fusions are left. Some number of Monarchs are left. I assume Junk Synchron is also in the wait somewhere, like just waiting. This is a scary situation for Mayberry for sure, in my opinion. And then it's actually scary for both of them because both of these decks have some outrageous like draws, but Masha's deck is so small right now that, yeah, get the Raigeki Break out of here. Brain Control is very good. Take Absolute Zero. Tribute for Caius. So Brain Caius. Now here's the problem. So I was about to say, the problem is, even after doing that, Mayberry is still just in a very awkward spot. Because if you commit this, like, yeah. Mayberry say Hero Frog's best deck. Bro literally milled turn 1, charge, mill, value Sirocco, banish summon Armwing, set DDV, DDV her immediately, and he is losing. And not even just losing a little bit, he's losing a lot of it. And when I say Hero Frog's best deck, people will be looking at me like I got 3 heads or something. I'm like, y'all just don't know how to play frogs, so you rather play birds because it's easier, but like, to me, if you know, you know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sorry, you know what that means. Wait. Sorry's kind of crazy, because like, with 2 cards, is it game? Why you say sorry? He said sorry like he's about to win this turn. He said sorry and passed. I thought he was about to. At first I was like, wait, what 2-card combination just kills without return? Like, return is a sorry, you know, sorry, I'm about to return you for game or whatever, but like, this is just regular. I mean, Mayberry is very much still in the duel. Masha, I'm not sure what Masha has, but like, the game is 100% not over yet. He has a lot of resources in Grave, and honestly a lot of scary top decks too, Caius being one of them, depending if they play more than one. Wasn't it better to steal dupe and Caius Absolute Zero? She has 1 more hero in Grave now. Yeah, but she already had a hero in Grave, so that, like, if your goal was to get rid of heroes, you can't even do that because there's still another hero, right? You only need 1 to Miracle Fusion for the rest of the game, so like, that doesn't matter. Like your play should not be based on getting rid of heroes if there's already too many heroes, and there is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 6. There are 6 darks engraved. This might be the longest I've seen someone not use like value effect. The main way that Mayberry comes back in this game is Dark Arm Dragon. Not Dark Arm Dragon, Return from Different Dimension. Okay. So this is a good start, kinda. Masha's still at 8,000 is wild. Also, like, there's still 2 more miracles and some number of monarchs. And potentially a Gores. Yeah, you fucking lose. Alright. This is go next to me. Yeah. Alright, well, I honestly plan to use this duel as a showing of how powerful Hero Frogs is, because I've never seen a player open up Mill Value Sirocco with Charge Light Brigade turn 1, go first, set DDV the opponent, hit 2 cards, and then completely lose the game, and it wasn't even a close game. Masha got hit 1 time, and honestly, the only reason she got hit was so that she could drop Gores to win the game. Had more cards and more life points the entire duel, which is fucking absolutely insane. That was a wild duel to watch. That was absolutely fucking unhinged, chat. Holy hell. And I think Mayberry's only real win condition was to just draw return and have it go unchecked and then just return for game, like double Sirocco pump or something along those lines, because clearly there was a Gores, so you can't kill without the double Sirocco pump there. But the problem is Frogs, like, Masha thinned her deck out, so the inevitability was so high with all those Miracle Fusions left. All right, let's try this again. So Mayberry's going first. I still cannot believe charge, Mill Value Sirocco, set DDV turn 1, and then completely get bodied. Oh god. Value just setting a monster and passing. Now that is very scary. This might be a quick one, chat. Oh, okay. That helps a lot. Because I just feel like when Value doesn't set back row, you should be worried about dying. Brain Control, Charge, Plague, Greph, or Armageddonite Value. Yeah, see, they always have these fucking hands that if you do anything, or if you leave yourself open, you just die. This is one of those hands that just kills you. This is the exact type of hand I'm afraid of. It's like a bunch of like, oh, I can wombo combo 8,000 you out of nowhere. Especially because Charge can do anything. You don't know what Charge is going to mill. So if Charge mills a piece, It just like increases that ratio of things going wrong. And then also whatever the set monsters, I don't know what it is, but okay, ship mills. Let me get a little
ship mills.
So basically it looks like Mayberry needed, in order to like really piece it all together, they needed like a Sirocco in hand so like a special greffer and also be able to normal Armageddonite are like the things that make that hand really terrifying. But also, yeah, brain control plus plague is, it basically was screaming if Masha tried to play the game, like if Masha even just summoned Caius, she could have died to brain control, summon, pitch, like just a whole bunch. There still needs to be a way to special the Greffer though. If there's like literally even a Caius would make that hand like too much. Because you're like special Greffer, normal summon Armageddonite, brain control your guy, pitch the plague, stack for plague. Water frogs get their own dust shoot. Water's darks get its own fucking crush card virus. Konami clearly never cared. They can't have it twice. What does Masha have here? I gotta do something big. So what do we know less left? It's Armageddonite. Ryko Plague Armor, thank you. Yes, it's going to be really hard for Masha to bring this back. I think that she's in a really bad spot unless the only way I can really see her getting out of this is like Miracle Fusion, but there's no setup for that right now. Yeah, see, brain control would have just been game. So the water art really was pretty good there because this game would have just ended as soon as she summoned the Caius and just, you know, like passed essentially. Okay. Now, is there a value? There is not a value. There's one new draw, which could be Dark Arm, but that would be so crazy. There's also that card. There is also that card. So that's what they drew for turn, by the way. Mayberry did have a lot of good draws there, so I'm not even sweating it. Yeah, this is going to be, like I said, this is going to be really hard to bring back for Masha. She needs a Miracle Fusion, like, yesterday. Did I go to Barclays for my birthday? What do you mean Barclays? Yeah, there are going to be more last chance qualifiers. You need to go to Format Libraries Discord server. That's where they're being held. There's like a total of 4 of them, I think. 3 or 4 of these. Was having a shit day, but the stream helps. Thanks, Frazier. You're welcome, Gustav. I'm so fond of the name Gustav now because of Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Like, that name is just... I never really thought about the name Gustav before, but now it's like a part of my life because Clair Obscura is top 2 video games I've ever played. Okay, Stack for Plague. I mean, we probably have lethal this turn, right? Like, I just imagine that there's no shot. This, like I said, when I saw that hand that Mayberry was, first of all, when Mayberry said a monster and passed, I said, oh god, this is bad. Like, I literally said it frame 1. I was like, this is really scary. I've played against so much value. In fact, I feel like almost every time I top, I have to play against 4 or 5 value. Like at RBT Chicago, I think I played against 4 value. At Indianapolis, I played against 5 value. Like at Niagara, I played against 4 value. Like value is kind of like a skill check. It's like a fucking tournament check. Like you just have to play against so much of it. And because you end up playing against so much of it, I feel like it's really important that you know that matchup like front and back. Like you need to know that matchup like the back of your hand in order to really do well in this format. And so when I see them go set a monster pass, I'm like, oh god, here we go. If Masha had a Miracle Fusion that game, though, it would have been very different. But yeah, can't have it all. All right, here we go. Game 3. This is the most important game. And frogs are way worse after game 1. So it's good that Masha did win game 1 and gets the initiative to go first game 3. But yeah, the side deck cards that Mayberry could potentially have: Oppression, Pulling a Rug, Fossil Dyna, you know, Vanity's Fiend, all that stuff. Could be blowouts, but we'll see. Was Expedition 33 that good? Yes. Expedition 33 is literally top 2 video games I've ever played in my life. And honestly, it's not close. It's like top 2 and then a huge like gap and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, stuff like that. Like it is literally one of the best games I've ever played in my life. Music, the plot, the characters, the battle system, like literally there is no part of that game that I don't think is really, really fucking good. It's an RPG. It's a solo. It's just a single player RPG game. Slay the Spire #1. Slay the Spire is not #1, but Slay the Spire is honestly pretty high because I genuinely do love Slay the Spire. Like I really, really love Slay the Spire. Okay, Rog, Vortex, Gale, Gruffer, Charge, Prison. So that hand is not bad. It has Rug and Charge, which Charge is like, you know, Charge can do anything, right? You could, the thing about Value is that Value can accidentally win the game with like a mill. Yeah, hand knowledge all 3 games. That's just the format.
Shit mills.
Keeping in Heavy Storm against frogs. Very nice. Yeah, that's just the format we live in now. Frogs are going to Spiritual Water Art and Dust Shoot you, and Vayu and Blackwings are going to Dust Shoot and DDV you. And so the 3 best decks in the format, the big 3 all look at your hand. It's funny because like there are the decks that do that, and then the other decks kind of don't. And they were already... The big 3 was already the big 3 before that stuff. Now they have just gotten more annoying. All right, so we're going to do a little swap frog shuffle. This would have been a great turn for Stratos. Are you a fan of Souls-like games? Liza P has to be one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. Soundtrack, animation, plot, lore. I mean, the list goes on. Highly recommend. I can't say that I'm really a fan of Souls-like games, no. Like, I've never played Dark Souls. I'm not really interested in the genre, which is why I haven't played it. Everyone knows Gigabytes is the best deck. That couldn't be further from the truth. I don't know if that could be any further from the actual truth. Like, Gigabytes is good. It's decent. Definitely not the best. It's not the best in like any metric. Oh, Sirocco Gale. So that's the new card. The Gorseer will be interesting. I mean, there's a blatant dark end that can be made, so it's not crazy. We're making Stardust. There is a rug and a prison that can be set. So that's really strong. So here's where stuff like Brain Control is just like, oh, okay. Masha has like 7 cards in hand. But Masha could just have like a really weird froggy hand or something and not be able to do much. I don't know. Or they could just have it all. You know? Well, it's probably the best if it is your day. If you open combo every single game, you are hardly losing. I think that that is also false. And this is what I mean by there's no metric where Gigavice is the best deck. Even if it's your day, if it's actually your day, I'd rather be playing Frog OTK than Gigavice. Sorry. Like if I'm going to open up broken, if the metric is opening up broken, I'd rather open up with the Frog deck because the Frog deck has better openings and just better nonsense than like I literally win the game immediately. Like you're just dead. Yeah, Frogs can stall way better. Frogs individual cards are way better. Substitute is better than Lone Fire Blossom by a country mile. You actually have a mid-game, like... Yeah, Frog is better going second. Also, like, the problem with Gigavice is that... So it creates a board that is, like, really hard to deal with and all that nonsense. But, like, it actually just can get dealt with. Frogs, the game doesn't go past the turn that they pop off. They kill you. So there's none of this like, oh, like if you have this specific combination of cards, I'll lose. Like there's no specific combination of cards. You're just dead. There's no more game. Like if the metric is opening up broken, I'd rather just open up broken and literally kill my opponent. You lost. Like you just died. Like for example, one of the games I had at RBT Chicago, I remember opening up double Dandelion in full combo, and my opponent just got absolutely murdered game 1. Like just did not even slightly get to play the game. Like just double Dandelion, I am ODing on you. You do not get to play any more turns. There are no more turns. There's no setting up a field that's really powerful and all that. Like no, you're just dead. Let's dive into the side deck. What deck are you surprised doesn't get more representation / is slept on? Thankfully, Frog OTK. Because I do not think that Frog OTK is good for the format. So I'm like, I think that combo decks in general being slept on is good for the format. What happened this turn, by the way, chat? Oh, Brain Control. I did call that before this turn. Brain Control is very, very good. But what happened? Why did Unifrog not get to attack? Oh, they attacked with... Okay, they attacked with Stardust, it looks like. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know... I guess, okay, there was a D prison though, right? There's a D prison, so fair. I definitely rather play Gigavice than Lightsworn, not due to viability, but just playstyle. But out of luck decks, I definitely do Dragon Turbo. Dragon Turbo is good as well. Yeah, but the problem with Exodia is that it can't be your day enough. Like, it literally just can't be your day enough with Exodia. Like, that doesn't exist. Like, your day with Exodia just doesn't exist, is the problem. Your day with Gigavice and your day with Froggo TK, your day with Dragon Turbo, those exist. There is no your day with Exodia. If it's your day that much, I'm decking you on Exodia. If it's your day too much on Exodia, you're getting banned from Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm just gonna let you know that. If you have too much of a day with Exodia, you're getting banned. We're not attacking? with Unifrog? Interesting. Now, I'm aware that there's a face down D prison because the information is known. We've seen Trust Prime open up Trap Dashi, so like there is a blatant D prison set. But I don't know. I'm sure she has a good reason to do what she's doing. I would be open to an Exodia deck in Edison being cooked up and being like, not obviously I don't want it to be so good that it becomes a problematic deck in the format because that we don't need more. But like if it was tier 2, right? So like still worse than Diva Hero, Machina Control, Machina decks in general, Amaryllis, Gigavice, GBs, like still worse than all those decks. But like viable to some degree. So again, tier 2. I would be okay with that because it'd be kind of funny, and it would be cool to be like, yeah, Edison just fucking has Exodia in it too. It's like one of the few things we don't have. Also,
shit mills.
I am never counting value out until they are dead in the ground. So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna withhold my commentary about this match, this game. I know that Masha is very clearly in the driver's seat right now, but until I see like a heavy storm come down or something of that ilk. Yo. Why do we roll a die? Don't we know where the D prison is? Okay, so Masha wanted the not D prison card. Fair. I'm so annoyed that this D prison just gets to sit there. When I tell you, chat, that D prison would have been gone so long ago. That D prison and my Unifrog would have been gone so long ago. Because now you have to deal with like random Dyna plus D prison. I ain't got time for that, chat. I don't have time for Dyna D prison shenanigans. I'm so happy to trade my Unifrog for a D prison, chat. Like y'all gotta see me play. I will trade my fucking Unifrog for a D prison any day. That is a great trade for me. I don't want you to have back row. Frogs playing the opponent without back row is like tier 0. You've been liking the Macrocosmos decks? You talking about the one with Grand Convergence that we played on the channel? I think Grand Convergence is a fucking crazy card. That, like, you know, say what you want about Macrocosmos as a deck, but Grand Convergence being a quick play dark hole is fucking unhinged. I'm so mad that D prison is still there, chat. How good would it have been if Masha was like, attack with Unifrog first, get D prison, main phase 2, summon Caius, target the one that I, you know, target the return is what she did anyway, right? So then she ends up getting Torrential, return, and D prison in one turn. Also, it would have been a lot sooner because I would have attacked with Unifrog like 4 turns ago. That's just me. Yeah, macro is nutty when you have to set up for sure. So it's a scary, like nobody wants to play against it. It's a scary deck. It's a deck that like we all know is not, there's the D presence finally gone. Breaker, thank you so much. Oh God. All right, we're officially going for game. Lightning Vortex plus DDV, there we go. All right, GG. All right, so honestly, that game wasn't close and Masha was in the driver's seat the entire duel. Yeah, it wasn't even remotely close, Jesus Christ. Yeah, all right. Masha was at no fear of losing that game, not even a little bit. but there were moments where things could have been scary. I do think Hero Frogs has a slightly winning matchup against Value. I think it's 55-45. So most of the times it feels like a coin flip, but I do think it's a little bit more than a coin flip in Frog's favor. I've been consistent about this the entire time I've been playing Hero Frogs, not just because I'm biased, but because I genuinely think that, like, if you know how to play Hero Frogs and you know how to play against Value, the matchup is really skewed in Hero Frogs' favor, just by enough to make it feel like you have a good matchup against them. The same way I feel Value has a slightly good matchup against Black Wings. Not enough to make it, you know, most of the time it does feel like a coin flip, but it is just like that slight little extra. If the Value player is really good, and I'm only speaking about if the players are actually like good, because at a high level is what I'm talking about. I don't really care about fucking scrubs and how bad they represent decks, because every deck looks bad when somebody who's not good is playing it. And then all the math just goes out the window. What the hell? Everybody dropped except these people? Oh, okay. It was just glitched. Give me 1 second, chat. Who do you want to watch the next round? So OG won, Masha won, and we haven't caught Home Bar and EK. What's that? Oh my god. Thank you so much, Rayshawn. Rayshawn does this to me, like, I swear to God, like every couple months. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, thank you so much for your work ethic. Also, if you could transfer all of your Yu-Gi-Oh skill to another game, which game would you choose? Oh my god. So this is such a good question. Hold on, let me get a duel up first, and I can talk about this, because me and my friend group often talk about how we wasted our talent playing Yu-Gi-Oh when we could have played so many other things that pay out way more. So, like, if I'm just going for straight up money, right? If like money is my goal, like prizing is my goal, right? It's poker. Like, I would just transfer, basically, as good of a Yu-Gi-Oh player as I am, transfer that, whatever that translates, because I don't play poker, whatever that translates into, right? Like, if I'm considered one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh players, I want to be one of the best poker players, which I know is extremely hard to do. But if I could transfer like a one-to-one transfer, I would take that. Like, I would take poker. I would not do Magic. I wouldn't do Pokemon. I wouldn't do fucking Riftbound or anything like that. No trading card games. Just straight up poker. Also, because I think poker players look kind of cool with their sunglasses on and shit, sitting at the table. Like, I would do poker. That's my final answer. I would also be interested in something else that pays a lot, like League of Legends. Like, yeah, because I don't do first-person shooters. So, oh, you said Yu-Gi-Oh skills and poker skills are very transferable? See, I didn't know that, because I genuinely have never played poker before. I don't even know how to play poker. I don't even know how. All right, I do want to watch OG this round, so let's see if we can find. Round 3 is up, but I feel like almost no one is aware of it. The next round has started, yes. So this is, I should put the thing up on the screen. It's round 3 actually now. So the way the LCQs work is that they are 5 rounds of Swiss, top 4 get their invites. There's no top cut. So we're just playing 5 rounds, and whoever the top 4 people are by standings just get an invite. And they're running, I believe they're running 4 of these. So I'm going to put this up on the screen as well, because I know some people are like, how do you get in these? So the first thing is that, so for starters, you need to be in this Discord server. So this is like Format Libraries Discord server, right? So you need to be in this Discord server for starters. And let me close that. So there's these LCQs, and it says Each LCQ provides 4 invites. Entry fee is $11.99 on Discord shop or $9.99 on PayPal. Send friends and family to this. And then event structure is live. It's Swiss with no top cut, 55-minute rounds, except up to 6 rounds. Oh, expect up to 6 rounds. Sorry, expect up to 6 rounds, 6 or 7 rounds. So this one is 5 rounds because it's only 17 people. But yeah, they're basically $10 to $12 to play in, depending on how you pay, because some of the platforms charge fees and shit like that, which is why the price is slightly different, if you're wondering. What is taking so long? I mean, oh, the people draw? Well, OG's opponent is undefeated, right? OG's opponent is undefeated. I don't think that they dropped. 6 to 7 rounds, 6-7 mentioned, 6 is afraid of 7. I should have fucking known, chat. I should have fucking known. But yeah, thank you, Rayshawn, for the $100 donation. I appreciate you. I did not expect to stream today, honestly. I just kind of woke up and started streaming. I was like, you know what? I'm in a really good mood. This is the week of my birthday. It's the week of Thanksgiving. It's all, you know, this is like one of my favorite weeks of the year, every year. And then there's Yu-Gi-Oh involved. And I'm doing a local tonight too. I'm doing an Edison local tonight. So I'll be back on stream. Happy early belated birthday. Yeah, my birthday was November 25th, so it was Tuesday. All right, we gotta put something on. Doug Tracy versus Mayberry. Is this tournament? This is tournament. Okay, cool. I'm definitely thankful for all the people who support I'm Nerd podcast, the brand I Am Nerd. And yeah, Edison format still being fucking nice. And he turned 40. Exactly, Willie. I turned 40. Yep. See, real ones know. Real ones know. We turned 40 this week. If you can believe it. Believe it. Time is not real, so happy birthday. Exactly. Exactly. The Flaming Storm, you get it. Time is not real, which is why I'm 40. What's your favorite format ever? Well, that has to be a trick question, right? Because you know my favorite format. You know my favorite format. My favorite format ever is Edison. Keep up the great content. Your content made me want to play Edison again and create a small Edison locals. Oh, wow. I'm jealous of people who have Edison locals in real life, because like I used to, and then it died. It died like so bad. It died because I was playing Black Wings back in 2022. I was playing Black Wings and I was winning every week for like 8 weeks straight. And this is no exaggeration. And I maybe went a little too hard about telling people that like Black Wings was the best deck at the time, and like you can't play quick draw and you can't play like this and that. And after winning so much and steamrolling my opponents, I think that they literally just slowly stopped showing up. Like, I'm not even capping here. And that was the end of my locals. I've told this story on the podcast, but that is literally what happened. Like, there were people, so when Edison was very fresh, this is 2022, when Edison was very fresh, I was playing all the decks. I was playing Nolaris, I was playing Fairies, I was playing Volcanic, Amaryllis, I was playing like all types of different brews. And then I stumbled upon Black Wings and I was just scraping everybody. And I was posting prize pictures like every single week in my Discord, just like, oh, I won locals again, I won locals again, I won locals again, I won locals again, I won locals again. This went on for 8 weeks straight. And the locals just kept getting smaller and smaller. And next thing you know, it was just like, all right, this is just a Black Wing format. And they just never showed up again. And that was it. They just died. Like, I remember the last couple of weeks going, there would literally be like, there was a tournament that was 4 people. And we had to do round robin, bro. It was me and 3 other people. We had to do round robin. I've never done a round robin tournament in my fucking life. That's how bad it got. You think if you had been playing Hero Frog, it would have died as well. I feel like Black Wings has that vibe. I think Black Wings just feels bad to like I think if you wanted to play Edison and you wanted to play Quick Draw, which is what a lot of people did. So there were a lot of people playing like decks that they liked from when they play Yu-Gi-Oh a long time ago. So you get a lot of Quick Draw players, you get a lot of Glad Beast players, you get a lot of Hero Beat players, and I'm just destroying them with Black Wings. I'm talking about not close. This is also before Diva Hero Beat, by the way. If you want to sign up for locals, you have to be in my Discord server. But yeah, there were a lot of people playing like their aspirational decks from 2010 or whatever, you know, gadgets and shit like that. And I'm just wiping the floor. I'm just summoning Whirlwind Shura. I'll never forget, my opponent opened up Lone Fire, Titanial, pitch Dandelion, special summon Quick Draw, make Drill Warrior, pitch a card, set up back row, pass, and I went Heavy Storm, Whirlwind Shura, get Kalut, attack your Titanial, drop Kalut, special summon Vayu, make Catastor, set Deck Devastation Virus, set Oppression, go. Draw phase, Oppression on the fucking standby phase, Oppression on the Drill Warrior coming back. They try to like set a Raikou or something. I'm like DDVU. It was so bad. And I remember the look on his face, just like, bro, like what the fuck? I was like, and I literally apologized. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Your deck's not real. And my deck is a little too real. RIP to Little Darren, by the way. Little Darren is a he's Brent Yetter's younger brother. He passed away last year, and yeah, I cried so bad that day. But he is the person I'm talking about. He was playing like a Quick Draw plant deck, and he opened up like broken, honestly. Lone Fire, Titanial, Drill Warrior, and I'll never forget me just being like Heavy, Whirlwind, Shura, summon, get Kalut, attack with Titanial, activate effect, Ashura, get Value, attack a token, Synchro, make Catastor, set Oppression, set DDV, go. And he's just like, did you pick your hand? Like, did you fucking pick your hand, bro? That literally was the beginning of the end of the locals. Like that, the local literally started dying. And what I liked about Black Wings was that I was winning really fast. Like the games I would be done so quick that I got time to hang out with like my friends, like Silverman and McCabe and them would show up every week, every Thursday. Where do I get a link to your Discord? You need to subscribe to Patreon. So there's a link in the description to our Patreon, which gets you access to our Discord. That is the only way you are getting in my Discord server. So there's a link in the description of every video on this channel. There's also a link in the description of every live stream of this channel. Long games and Yu-Gi-Oh is boring. Yeah, I'm not. So I'm past the point of wanting long games. Like when I first started playing Edison, I loved it because that was the reason why I came back to Yu-Gi-Oh in the first place. And I had my fill of long games and all that. Like I'm past that point now. I also think that like Edison is kind of past that point of super long games too. Like they can be long, of course, right? But like I'm not exactly looking for them, which is why I play like decks that are really good. The better your deck is, the shorter the games tend to be. So if you're playing a big 3 deck, your games tend to speed up pretty significantly compared to like playing a deck that is not S tier. Unless it's like an S tier shenanigan deck that kills really quick, like Jinzo Returner can have really fast games, right? Diva Hero can have really fast games, like faster than anything. Yeah, see, like Dream Frogs is entirely too much dueling, which is funny I say that because like I play Froggo TK and then I also transfer into Dream Frogs games 2 and 3, and those games are typically longer than the Froggo TK games. What's this matchup? All right. Well, apparently there is no matchup. It's just dead. OD. I feel like Edison games are even faster than advanced games on average, unless you're on Frog OTK. I mean, advanced games take forever. So, like, I agree. Like, advanced Yu-Gi-Oh takes forever. That's just a fact. So the way advanced works is that they only play a few turns, but the turns are outrageously long. The turns in advanced format are the equivalent of playing a Frog OTK combo out all the time. So you're only playing like a few turns, but it takes you literally 8 minutes to like do your fucking ridiculously long play and deal with interruptions and keep going and all that. The turns just take so long. So there's less turns, but there's a lot of things happening because the cards are way too powerful now in advanced. Do you think that Redo will take off like Edison? I don't know. I cannot predict the future, and if I did, I would use my talents for much better things. So I have no idea. I will say this though, take off like Edison should not be the aspiration, because Edison is Edison, right? Like, I think that if people want to play Redo, if people want to play other formats, they simply will play them. That's been I've been saying that for a while now, like the same reason why I was explaining the guy who was making the Tengu videos and like I hate Edison format videos is like, that's not going to make people play Tengu format though. Like, no matter how much you shit on Edison format, it'll never make people switch from Edison to play the format that you want them to play. Because at the end of the day, people are just going to play what they want. There's no amount of propaganda, there's no amount of marketing, there's no amount of anything. Like, if they play the format they don't like it, they just will stop playing it. It's the reason why so many people stop playing advanced. Like, there's no amount of marketing that Konami can do, there's no amount of prize support that they could do, there's no amount of like Genesis fake nonsense that they could do. Like, at the end of the day, if people don't want to play it, they just won't play it. You can't like trick them. The same is true for like every format. I know everybody wants their retro format to become the next Edison. People want Toss, Redo, Tengu, Goats, whatever. Like, you just have to just hope, you know, find a community of people that want to play that format. And if it never gets as big as Edison, then it is what it is. Edison is a special snapshot in Yu-Gi history. The format prior was Dark Strike Fighter and the format after was Frog FTK. Yeah. Does this tournament use modern card text? No, it does not. Do you think Konami will bring back Time Wizard events? No, I do not. I will be very surprised if they brought back Time Wizard. And the reason I say that is because they are focusing on the Genesis thing as their main side event. And Genesis is actually very intelligent. It's very like... Genesis is very smart for Konami, because from a business standpoint, I completely understand it. I completely understand from a business standpoint what Genesis can accomplish for them, which Edison cannot. They get to monetize their entire card pool, in theory. In Edison, you just don't get to do that. You get to monetize just a specific month period in time of Yu-Gi-Oh, which they have already monetized it, right? They've reprinted Epsilon Zero, they reprinted Caius, they reprinted Substitute, they reprinted JD, and every single thing in Edison. They reprinted every Edison card, right? They've monetized it already. They've milked it. So at this point, the next logical thing for them to do is Genesis. Like, Genesis is a logical business thing for them to do, unfortunately. Because now, if people have ulti-pot agreeds, like, not only that, you can now print Pot of Greed again. You could, like, Konami can just print Pot of Greed again. They could print it in a new rarity. I don't know if it already comes in quarter century bullshit, but they can reprint it in quarter century bullshit. And then, like, all of a sudden, is this Hero Frogs or is this like a different frog deck, chat? I was not paying attention that much. In game one, he got OTK'd. But they can monetize any amount of cards now. And they can also tweak the points to make a deck good where you kind of need it to play Genesis, which is also smart. You can't tweak Edison. It's locked. But you can tweak Genesis. You can turn the dial, right? You can literally turn the dial on Genesis and say, now you need Dimension Shifter. We're going to reprint Dimension Shifter. Take my riser. So from just a pure business standpoint, Genesis makes a lot of sense because they can edit Genesis as much as they want to make you have to buy cards that they are currently reprinting. You can't do that with Edison past the point. Like the Bonanza sets they did where they gave us some Edison cards, but it was mostly modern, but they gave us like, oh, here's some reprints for Edison as well. That was really cute. Like that was awesome, but they did it already. Oh, this is OD. I mean, this is game, actually. Unless there's a garden in the grave. There's a garden in the grave, okay. Alright, OG is going to need specifically Brain Caius here, I feel like. I know a few other people had their YouTube display name change, and from my understanding, it was some YouTube update. Oh, yeah. Jinzo and Vanity putting in crazy work against Value, no less. We do need to talk about how recently Vanity's Fiend has been cooking Value Turbo. This is like, it's not like the craziest or unknown, it's not like some secret thing, but Vanity's is low-key just good against Value Turbo as well. It's just that now more people are doing it. Like, I knew since 2023 that Vanity's Fiend was good against Value because I used to side blatantly my Vanity's Fiends in against Value Turbo when I the first Ultimate Time was ever, the one where like a true hero got second, I got fourth, and 2 other Hero Frog players top 8 at that event. That was when I was like, this is before I understood siding with Hero Frogs as much as I do now. So I was siding in my Vanity's Fiends and they were cooking. Like, they were just straight up cooking. I would still catch Value players all the time. Soul Exchange Vanity's Fiend, Tribute Your Raikou, Summon Vanity's Fiend, go. And then they're just like, oh, fuck. Jinzo, yeah, Jinzo Vanity, Upwards Diabolical. Soul Exchange Vanity goes crazy. Yeah, Nitro Value builds full to Vanity. Do they? I feel like Nitro Value has, don't they have like triple Icarus attack though? And Deep Prisons? I feel like it'd be kind of hard to Vanity's Fiend that deck. Like, I don't imagine her siding out the Icarus attacks against Frogs. I haven't played enough with or against Nitro Value to really, like, know anything about it. All of my thoughts about Nitro Value are kind of theory. So last game, Kiwi Ghost opened up Heavy Storm against 2 back row, and they did it again. Oh, but this time there's a Solemn. Now what? Poof, I'm back. Soul Exchange, okay. Ryza. Rug? Oh no. So this is no secret, but Vayu struggles against like straight up frog monarchs, like just no heroes, just straight frog monarchs. I actually think has a better matchup against Vayu than Hero Frogs does. If that's what this is, which it kind of looks like, because I have not seen a hero in 3 games, I feel like, yeah, this is a really bad matchup for Vayu. Like, I think this is one of those 60-40 matchups. Konami calls you and wants you to help them fix modern Yu-Gi-Oh! How would you go about it? Well, first of all, I will be the guy in that meme in the boardroom where I make a suggestion to kick me out the window. That would be me. Because the immediate thing I'm going to ask them is like, what have you been doing the last 5 to 10 years? Like, it's actually been so long. Like, what have you been doing? Is there no Treeborn? There's no Treeborn, okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, well, luckily Kaiku's not the one making direct contact here, but Jesus. I'm actually surprised we didn't attack with Ryza face down. Yeah, this is the, here we go. Oh, that's so cooked. Oh, that's so cooked. Oh, that's so cooked. Damn. Okay, so how would I fix Modern Yu-Gi-Oh? There's actually like so many things that are wrong with Modern Yu-Gi-Oh. First of all, the cards have entirely too much text. I would implement a keyword database that they already have some of them, right? They need a lot more. Like, for example, we know that trample or piercing or whatever is a keyword. They need a lot more of that type of thing. I also just like the idea of having bullet points as opposed to just having fucking walls of text. But in general, cards need to bring their power level down. So like, we can start by not printing cards that have 3 and 4 effects. That just has to stop. Like, that has to stop. Also, attack power. Stango mentioned this in our recent live stream that we were doing together, because me and him had a conversation similar to this. But I said the attack power of monsters is too high to the point where if you don't break your opponent's board on turn 1 in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you die every time, 100% of the time. And it does not matter what deck they're playing. That is a problem. You cannot have the game be, if you do not break the entire board, you die on the next turn. There's one battle phase in every duel. That is bullshit. So across the board, attack power needs to be like lowered. And what I mean is literally take every single monster and lower its attack power by 1,000 across. So like if you take the last year or 2 of Yu-Gi-Oh, reduce every monster's attack by 1,000. Like look at a card that's modern and just take 1,000 off the attack. Make it where killing your opponent in one battle phase is just not a thing. That should just, the only deck that should be able to do that, the only deck that should be able to do that is like Tenpai, because that's like the goal of that deck is to do that. So if you make the deck like, okay, we made one deck that just like it's this big OTK deck and that's kind of its thing, but it has this other, it has other problems. I'm okay with that. Every deck being a Tenpai deck in disguise is bullshit. What's the point? Like Tenpai is not even special because every deck can do what Tenpai does. Like I know Tenpai kills you at like 18,000 life points and all that, but like what's the point? You also have to make it where setting a monster and setting actual trap cards is good again. You cannot have the game be the only playable trap cards are fucking hand traps. Like that is so fucking bad that the only Yu-Gi-Oh has like completely lost the essence of the game that Kazuki Takahashi made. Like, the essence of the original game is just no longer there. Like, you watch all the anime, and they're like, you activated my trap card. Like, that's just not a thing anymore. I'll set 2 back row, and I'll end my turn. Like, you don't get that. There's just no setting back row anymore, unless it's a fucking floodgate. Like, it's such a bad game right now. And it is also, and if you don't believe me, if you disagree, that's fine. You tell me a child who can actually play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Show me a child that can buy packs or boxes of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, build a cohesive playable deck, and also understand how to play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! You will not be able to find a 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10-year-old who can literally, without anybody's help, pick up Yu-Gi-Oh! From scratch. It's impossible. Impossible. The player does not exist. The child does not exist. That is a problem. Yeah, they could start with, like, you could do set rotation. It's just gonna be like so many things gone at that point. You could do set rotation. You could do a massive ban list. You also need a master rule update, just like a fucking huge master rule update. Like, you just have to put limits on the game. I'm not going to say I'm going to stream all the LCQs money match, but if I have time to stream them, I'll stream as many as I can, but there's like 3 or 4 of them, so I don't think I'm going to be able to stream every single one. I played Modern and hearing every deck is Tenpai is crazy. But am I wrong though? Does every deck not literally OTK you if you don't break their board? Like, if you go second against Vanquish Soul, whatever it's called, do you not die after they take a turn? Like, they take a turn, they do whatever they do. Like, you lose the die roll. Vanquish Soul, K9 bullshit goes first. Do you not literally die on the following turn? Lie to me. The cards need to not have 4 effects. Why does every modern card have a wall of text on it? Also, who feels like reading all of that? Like, I get immediately discouraged when I see modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards have these gigantic walls of text. Every card cannot have the amount of text of Swap Frog, bro. If every card was just like Swap Frog, it's like, I don't want to do this. This is too much. Oh, K9 plays on both players' turns? I didn't even know that. They need to go back to where you can play actual traps. Like, make traps good again. Make traps great again. Make it where you can set monsters and, like, that's a viable thing. You just, like right now, that's just not even a part of the game. Like, you just cannot set monsters. You fucking lose if you set a monster. Like, and it's known. Yeah, decks don't have identities. They are all just OTK decks. Every modern deck, this is why I think it's kind of crazy that modern Yu-Gi-Oh players complain about the game and like, oh, it's really bad right now. I'm like, what format were you playing where it wasn't really bad? I've been literally paying attention for the last several years, and you guys have been literally OTKing each other on turn 2 consistently for years. That can't, I don't care what you say, that can't be good. This is the reason why there's an exodus of Yu-Gi-Oh! There's also a reason why there are not new players playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, Omni Negates was a problem that they have now moved past, but that doesn't make the current game good. Bro, the last YCS was 1 turn each in the finals. Like, what are we talking about? Like, and this is not a knock to you, Flaming Storm. I'm just saying, like, this is just how I speak about this issue. You can't have a YCS finals be 1 turn each game. You can't, like that. You cannot convince me that your game is good. You cannot convince me that your fucking game is good if your finals is 1 turn for each player. The finals was 3 turns, bro. You cannot convince me that your game is good. You also can't convince me your game is good if you have to do an emergency ban list and 7 or 8 cards are on it. You cannot convince me that your game is good if you have to do an emergency ban list and there are 7 or 8 cards on your emergency ban list. You cannot. I don't believe you. I think you are lying. And also, Genesis is them acknowledging that there's a problem. Genesis is literally Konami's acknowledgement that there is a problem. Why do you have to make a format where you ban your game mechanics like that? Why do you have to make an entire new format where you ban links and pendulums? Why do you have to do that? If your advanced game is fine, if there's nothing wrong with it, why do you have to make a format where you literally ban your fucking mechanics? I liked Farfa's take. Farfa had a take that I think was really, really good. Farfa asked a question in a recent video. This is probably like a month old now. Farfa said, is Yu-Gi-Oh a bad game with some, and by some, like very few bearable formats? Or is Yu-Gi-Oh a good game with really toxic formats? And he leaned more towards Yu-Gi-Oh is a bad game with some bearable formats. And I agree. I'm sorry. I do. It's the reason why you see me in Edisonville. I think Yu-Gi-Oh, the more I think about it, and I've played Yu-Gi-Oh probably more than everyone in this chat, like, Yu-Gi-Oh is a big part of my life. I played an extreme amount of Yu-Gi-Oh in my life. And the more I look back on it, the more I realize that pretty much every format was bad, with every once in a while we get one that was good. That's just reality. That's just the realest shit ever. Is that, like, overall, there are way more bad interactions and formats than there are good ones. What was the last format you enjoyed before leaving? I don't know. I really don't know. The game was so bad when I got out of it. When I got out of it, it was Zoo Fusion Substitute format, and that shit was so bad. It was so outrageously bad. Fusion Sub Zoo was so outrageously bad. Yeah, we had emergency ban lists, and it's only gotten worse. Like, believe it or not, it's only Yu-Gi-Oh's only gotten worse. I randomly watched your match against Peter Chang recently. Yeah, that's a good one. Set rotation is not going to solve Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way. I don't want this narrative that, like, if Yu-Gi-Oh just has set rotation, it would all of a sudden be a better game. Like, these sets that are printing are still problematic. The cards are still problematic. So I agree with Harfa. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is a bad game with some formats that are playable. And I think most formats are unplayable. Like, pretty much every one of the last several modern Yu-Gi-Oh formats has been really bad, and people are coping. People cope because they like toxicity, whether they acknowledge it subconsciously or consciously. You like toxicity. You like the fact that you can kind of coin flip a win against a good player because it's a dopamine rush. That, like, oh, I went first and I OD'd on my opponent and I won without really any actual skill expression. Just like I fucking memorized this combo from a YouTube video, and that's the extent of your Yu-Gi-Oh play. But then, like, you're never going to top anything. You're never going to win anything. The same people win every event in Yu-Gi-Oh right now for the last several years. It's been the same people winning every single event. The gap between the good players and the not good players in modern Yu-Gi-Oh is so vast now. Because Yu-Gi-Oh, modern Yu-Gi-Oh is so exploitable. It's like more exploitable than Yu-Gi-Oh's ever been. Set rotation helps. I'm not saying it doesn't. I do think set rotation helps, but you have to stop printing cards that have walls of text that do 7 things on them. You cannot keep doing that. You cannot keep printing 1 card starters. It doesn't matter if you do set rotation if you print 1 card starters. Magic is also in a bad state right now, and Magic has done set rotation since I've known it. And it is currently in a really bad state. It has been for a while, and there's a lot of complaints about Magic the Gathering as well. Set rotation is not just like an end-all be-all fix. If you print bad cards, if you just print, and by bad I mean like cards that are just entirely too much, if you print bad cards, you're always going to have a bad game. Surprise. If your ingredients are bad, your game is going to turn out bad. Like, I don't know. Like, you can do set rotation and then still print Snake Eye Ash and all the Snake Eye cards and have the Snake Eye deck in basically 2 sets that are in the current rotation, and you still have a bad game. I want that to be very clear. You can still print tier elements. You can still put Flunderees in 1 or 2 packs, have those be in the current set, and it still be a very, very, very bad game. Set rotation is also hard on the wallet. Yeah, I agree. Set rotation has its own problems. It's not perfect. Like, you can have set rotation and still just put bad shit in your sets. It doesn't... Like, look at Magic. They've done it. Like, if you want an example of set rotation going wrong, look at games that do set rotation. They have fucking blocks that are really bad. All the time, too. We're not going to sit here and act like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the only trading card game that has bad shit going on in its sets. Even the games that have set rotation have really, really, really toxic, bad shit in their set rotated games. The amount of text on modern cards is #1 reason I haven't played modern for the last 3 years. I don't have the time to read all that shit and learn all the decks just for them to introduce new decks in a month. Yeah, I feel like modern Yu-Gi-Oh is basically a full-time job. Like, modern Yu-Gi-Oh is so demanding to keep up with, which I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh was designed to be this thing that requires you to put in 40 hours a week like the fucking top players do in modern right now. The top players in modern literally don't do anything else. They literally just play Yu-Gi-Oh all fucking week, and they win and top everything, which makes sense because if you're putting in that much effort, you fucking better be winning and topping everything. But that's like all they do. Think about your average player though. Does the average player have the time or resources to play 40 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh a week? Like, why is that the criteria right now to play the game? Because it is that much of a commitment to fucking learn and be good at these ridiculously, outrageously broken ass decks and interactions that you have to learn. Like, the best part about retro Yu-Gi-Oh, like Edison, for example, is that I have not played in a tournament, like an in real life tournament, since September. RBET Chicago was the last tournament I played in that I didn't have to leave my bedroom, that I had to leave my bedroom for, I should say. And when I played the next tournament, which will be in January, which will be, what, 4 months later, I can play the exact same deck that I have been playing, or I could play a different deck, but like, the point is that I don't have to completely relearn the entire game, because if you stop playing Modern for 4 months, guess what? It is not the same. It is not. If you stop playing Modern if you took a 4-month break from tournaments and tried to go to a YCS, you are not going to do well. There's no shot you're going to do 15 rounds of Swiss at the next YCS and you haven't played in 4 months. There's no fucking shot. The cards are just, it's too much. Like if you sit down in front of your opponent and you don't know the new cards that came out in the last 4 months, so then they start playing cards, you have to read them, it's over. You either lose because of time, because you're reading all the cards. So you're literally sitting there reading cards and you're like, your opponent's annoyed because, why are you reading my cards? You should have put your 40 hours a week in like I did. Why are you reading cards? We only have 50 minutes to play. If you read cards, we're going to go into time and we both lose. It's fucked. "40 hours a week of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sounds like a horror movie script in the making." Everything you said with, I agree. People have asked me to come back to Modern Yu-Gi-Oh so many times, and I tell them I literally don't have time, bro. I have a full-time job. I'm a full-time content creator on top of that. I don't have time, and I don't even want to. It's like such a compounding issue. It's like, one, I don't have time, and I don't think the average player has time to play Modern Yu-Gi-Oh the way you need to play Modern Yu-Gi-Oh to actually be competitive. And I assume that we're talking about being competitive, because like, I'm not fucking playing for funsies. I'm not playing to sit down and play solitaire with somebody for funsies. That's not fun to me. So if I'm playing it, I have to play competitively. And if I have to play competitively, that means I have to put in time, and the amount of time required is 40 hours a week, and I'm just not doing that. And if you don't believe me, just check the players who do well in Modern consistently. Ask them how much time they play, how much do they play Yu-Gi-Oh? Just like, figure out how much time they play Yu-Gi-Oh in a week. You will be fucking disturbed by how much they play Yu-Gi-Oh if you're unaware. I literally know all of them. So like, the amount of time required to actually be consistently good at Modern Yu-Gi-Oh is egregious, bro. For anyone who has anything else going on in their life. You notice most of them are like childless, relationshipless people. And that's not like a dig. That's just like a fact. Most of them don't have careers outside of Yu-Gi-Oh. So it's like, unfortunately, like, you just don't have, like, most people just don't have that amount of resources to commit to playing Modern Yu-Gi-Oh because Konami has made their game entirely too hard to keep up with. So not only is the game bad and you have to put in an immense amount of time to play it, yeah, it's ugh. How much time do you put into Yu-Gi-Oh when you were still playing competitively? A lot less than 40 hours a week. Because playing Tengu format, playing Edison format, playing GKs, playing Necrons, playing Dragon Rulers, I went to locals twice a week. A lot of times I went to locals once a week, but let's just say twice a week to be completely like on it. Let's say on average, I went to locals twice a week. So my time playing Yu-Gi-Oh, because I was not a dueling book person, I just was not. That just wasn't my thing. Or Dueling Network, as it was called back then. Me and Silverman and McCabe, all three of us hate Dueling Network. We'd rather play in person. So we show up to locals on Saturdays, and sometimes on like a Wednesday, sometimes on a Sunday. But we show up to locals max at twice a week, and we would play twice a week. And those days would be, let's say those days are 10 hours long. And this is me like honestly being very aggressive with the numbers. Let's say that those days were 10 hours long. So Saturday, 10-hour day, Sunday, 10-hour day. And honestly, I'm not even playing Yu-Gi-Oh like 10 hours straight, if we're being honest. If I'm at locals, I'm not playing 10 hours straight. But let's just like, I'm just trying to be like the utmost aggressive here just to prove my point. Because I think the numbers are, I think I'm inflating the numbers by saying 20 hours a week. But let's assume I was playing 20 hours of a week of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was able to top over 15 YCSs in the time that I played the game. So like, and I could literally take breaks. I could take breaks. Like I didn't have to like keep up with every nook and cranny of what was going on because the game wasn't as demanding. People would take breaks all the time. You wouldn't see a guy show up for 2 months and they would come back and they'd be fine. They'd be able to come back, be like, oh, what's new? Their friends would tell them what's new, and then they'd be back pretty quickly. But now it's like, yeah. And I'm always approaching this from the standpoint of, imagine a kid trying to pick up Modern Yu-Gi-Oh from scratch. How the fuck is a child going to ever pick up Modern Yu-Gi-Oh from scratch, bro? There is no answer to that question. I promise you. There's no fucking answer to a 7, 8, 9-year-old picking up Yu-Gi-Oh from scratch. There's no answer for that. I don't even think there's an answer for people who are older than that either. But like, I'm just gonna, because the packs still say ages 6 and older on them, which is cap. How is somebody that young going to pick up this game? The modern version of it. And then you have like, you know, kids have school, right? They have commitments too. Like kids are not just like a bunch of free time. They have a lot of commitments as well. Depending on like, they have extracurricular activities, sports and stuff like that. They have hours and hours and hours of school a day, plus homework, plus projects, plus all those things, right? So even kids don't have a bunch of free time to just put in a Yu-Gi-Oh. So this game is not approachable for them either. Like, this is not the casual, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not some casual game that you can just be like, I'm just gonna like play a little bit of it and then like put it down and then go study for finals and shit like that. No, this is also why a lot of the players, again, who are at the top, either didn't go to school, dropped out of school, sadly, for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it's sad. It's sad the extent that people have gone to just to like keep up with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, people have fully dropped out of college for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it took up that much of their life. I went through college and won a YCS in college, by the way. I just want to be clear. I'm a YCS champion, and I was in college when I won my YCS. I was in my junior year of college when I won. So, like, nowadays, these motherfuckers are like, nah, college sucks. I'm gonna just play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the level of demand that's required now. And obviously there are people who, you know, are in college who can win YCSs. I'm not saying that I'm the only one, by no means. But I think now, being a full-time college student and also being a full-time modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Player is borderline impossible. I remember Galactagoth speaking on the accessibility of the game to children like 7 years ago. I can't even imagine trying to teach this game to a child now. Exactly. Avery Foster dropped out of college to focus on Yu-Gi-Oh! He never won shit and now he's in the Navy. I actually knew him. I didn't know that part about him, but that is fucking wild, Quest. That is insane. Dropped out of college to focus on Yu-Gi-Oh! He never won anything. And now he's in the Navy. And I'll be honest, even if he did win something, that's not worth it. As someone who has won multiple times, that is not worth it. That is not worth it. I am so glad that I finished school and now have a career that is well paying so I can support myself, support whoever I want to if I so chose. If I wanted to start a family, I could do so. Like, I'm glad that I went through with schooling and like put myself in a position where I don't need, I mean, I never needed Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't need Yu-Gi-Oh to like sustain my life. Like, to be clear, from the era of 2017 to 2022, I was completely out of Yu-Gi-Oh. From after that Peter Chang match that you see me play in 2017, that is the beginning of the end for me. I never played when Lynx came out. So like, Lynx came out in 2017, I feel like. I quit before Lynx came out, and I didn't pick it back up until 2022 when RBET, I don't know which RBET it was, but one of the RBETs was happening. So it was either RBET 1 or 2. I don't remember which one. I want to say it was RBET 2 though, but it could have been 1. And Avery is not the only person who dropped out of school for Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way. Like, there are multiple cases of that. It became like a joke type of thing, which is, to me, it was never funny because I'm older than a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh players of this generation that are currently playing, right? Like, I'm older than a lot of them. Like, I'm of the era of like Jeff, Billy, Patrick Hoban. So all of us are in our 30s. All of us are way older than a lot of the like 20-year-olds. Now they're kind of getting older. They're like late 20s now. But like the current school of players who is like seeing them literally quit school and shit like that is like, bro. Also, is this tournament? I swear I saw ZZ Mondo. I don't even, this is not even tournament, is it? Oh wait, no, this is tournament. ZZ Mondo right here. All right, cool. Yeah, I just don't think it's that serious. I just don't think that Yu-Gi-Oh is that serious to be like not pursuing your actual real life goals. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh can absolutely be a goal. You have aspirations to like top an event, to win an event, whatever. That's fine. But I do think that the things outside of Yu-Gi-Oh are more important personally. As someone who's been to the top of the mountain. And I'm not saying that to flex. I'm saying that to be completely honest with you. I would not trade more Yu-Gi-Oh success for my fucking career as in accounting. I would not. I would never do that. Let me back read some of the chat. Modern gets a chance to get an air fryer. Well, it's all the kids who have played or been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And are now old. I don't think new players are ever really seen anymore. Even the Edison players all played the game before. Yeah. Like, Edison doesn't... Edison also doesn't get, like, people who have never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing Edison as their first Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience. Like, that also... Edison is a community of people who have played Yu-Gi-Oh! Before. I agree. I'll play Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun if you can find a 6-year-old that can understand by themselves what Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi does. These are the shadow games that the Pharaoh was trying to prevent the return of. I've known Avery since he was literally 12. He's out the Navy. He finished his full enlistment. That's good. On top of it all, a lot of us learn Yu-Gi-Oh! By learning the differences with the anime dueling. Now kids don't even have that shortcut. Yeah, the anime not existing is a big problem too, in my opinion. For marketing purposes, mainly. I'm glad he chose a different path because Yugi wasn't it. He's better than I was, but like, this ain't a life career for everybody. Yeah, 99.9% of people cannot turn Yu-Gi-Oh! Into a career. It's not sustainable for 99.9% of people. There's very few people like Pac and those guys, Jesse Cotton, the people who can like actually, you know, this can be their actual life. But most people who play this game, this will not be enough to sustain you reasonably. Willie Beeman says, yeah, not gonna lie, I used to get upset I wasn't super successful at Yu-Gi-Oh! In a major, but I have a wife and kids. He owns a house, have a good career. I'm so thankful I never chose Yu-Gi-Oh! Over life achievements. Exactly. That's exactly my point. Like, I promise you there's more to life than Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, please have goals and aspirations outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very fun game, which is why, you know, we're here, right? I love the game, but I'm also an honest person, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that you should be giving up your real life aspirations for Yu-Gi-Oh! Aspirations. I will never do that because I think, one, that's dangerous to even like speak that. Like, I'm never gonna overplay Yu-Gi-Oh! Success as something that is like it has in my life outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! My Yu-Gi-Oh! Success has not really affected it, right? Like, my boss, my managers throughout my career, they don't fucking know I'm a YCS champion. They don't care about that. Like, that doesn't, the CFO of my company, that doesn't mean anything. Like, he doesn't know anything about that. But when I get my check every 2 weeks and I see how much I make from like having gone to school, having put in the work in my career and like having climbed, and that to me is like way more important, because then that provides me the freedom to do the things that I like to do outside of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is travel the world. Like, I booked a flight to Japan like literally on Friday, or was it Saturday? This past weekend, I booked another flight to Japan. I'm going back to Japan for 2 weeks again. Like, that freedom that I can just like pick up and go. I can just buy myself the things I want and like do the things I want. That didn't come because of like Yu-Gi-Oh! It didn't come because of like, oh, win a YCS and like now your life is like set up nicely. Like, no, like that is, it's cool. It's very nice. It's very fun that like I was able to accomplish those goals. But like, I think that the goals outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are way more important for me. The YCS champ goes on a resume. Like, I could use it as an icebreaker. Like, if they say like, oh, it's like, tell us a fun fact. Like, my job, every time we get new hires, they send out an email, a company-wide email that everyone sees. It has your picture, your name. It says like where you're from, and then it says fun fact. And so most people's fun fact is like, I can eat a whole bag of Snickers in like one sitting or something, like funny stuff like that. Or I used to play badminton, or I played, you know, I don't know, something. I used to play poker professionally for like 2 years or something. I don't know, like just random fun facts. Mine could be like, I won a tournament in a children's card game 15 years ago. Or I could say last year as well, but like, you get the idea. And like, nobody would even really care. They just be like, oh, cool. Like, what game was that? It's like, oh, it was Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, oh, I think I think I heard that one before, and then that's the end of the conversation. It's like they don't really care. Okay, let's see where we're at. Where are we at, chat? So round 4 is up. Hold on, let me fix the stream real quick. How does my stream always end up with these really deep conversations? Like I just don't know how we always end up. How do we always end up here, chat? All right, I'm gonna continue back reading some. Now that I'm technically divorced, my goal is to travel around the country working in every state except Alaska. Fuck Alaska. I would have had my trophy on my work desk, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's actually cool though. Like having a YCS trophy on your work desk, or that is a really cool thing. And it's a conversation starter for your coworkers and all that. And like, you know, that speaks volumes, being able to finish school, work full-time, and play Yu-Gi-Oh on the side and still top multiple YCSs in modern. Yeah, it wasn't easy, average Joe. I'll say that. Like, I was a full-time student. I lived on college campus. Now, I did not work full-time at the time that I was in college. So when I was in college, it was just school and Yu-Gi-Oh. In modern now, you have to dedicate full time to learning all the interactions. Yeah, you just have to play so much, and like you also have to buy so much. We haven't really talked much about the monetary aspect of it too, but like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, when they print power crept cards that you have to play, you have to shell out hundreds of dollars, I assume, right? Or am I wrong about that? Plot twist, the CFO is actually a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan and hired Fraser specifically because of the YCSs he wins. That would be crazy. Last year at age 30, I won a children's card game. Sus. I don't know, but I'm all here for it. What did I miss? We're just talking about like real life versus, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh. And this conversation stemmed from how much effort and time you have to put into modern Yu-Gi-Oh in order to be successful. Is kind of where it all started. It's not always been like that though. Like, I come from a generation of people who actually were able to develop careers through schooling and also be the top players in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Now, not everyone, obviously, right? There are some people who just did not. But there's, in my generation, the Dale Bolito, those guys have college degrees. Like Steve Silverman has a college degree. Silverman went to the same college as me, funnily enough. And I'm not even saying that like a college degree is like the metric of like success or anything like that, but I'm just proving the point that these people put in time outside of Yu-Gi-Oh into other things that were not just Yu-Gi-Oh. Nowadays, you have these people who really just do Yu-Gi-Oh and they think that that is like all there is to life. And that is unfortunate. Oh yeah, the monetary aspect, it's always been expensive. Yes. I misunderstood you, Duck Murderer. Yes, the monetary aspect 100% has always been a thing. I remember when Dragon Rulers came out, having to shell out hundreds of dollars for Draco Sacks for the baby rulers, not baby rulers, for the big Dragon Rulers, the rares. They were $10 each. I paid $10 each for my rares because I had to have them. What was I going to do? I had to have them. Like Konami creates these formats where you can only play one deck, basically. Like Tier Elements is a format that, if we're being completely honest, sure you could play Flunderies, but if you want to win, you have to play Tier Elements. They do this often. They create these formats where you just like, you need to play this deck if you want to have a realistic shot at winning. And I don't enter tournaments, at least back then when I was competitive, I don't enter tournaments to be like, I just kind of want to play for fun. That's not what I'm not that guy. If I entered a tournament, it's because I wanted to win. So I'm going to play Dragon Rulers. I'm going to play Tier Elements. I'm going to play Zodiac. I'm going to play Necros or BA or Shadal or whatever it is. You have to shell out money. But yeah, money, you always have to put in money in Yu-Gi-Oh! I will say, I don't think that we had as many cards that are over $100 the way I have seen in the past 5 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember like 2021, there were so many cards that were very expensive, like Pot of Prosperity, I think was a lot of money. There was a lot of cards that were just like, yeah, this is like an $80 card. This is $100 and something card. You just kind of need a lot of those. Like Forbidden Droplets got to over $100. Shit, you got lucky on your rares. People around here were hoeing blasters. Oh, hoeing for blasters, sorry. People around here were hoeing for blasters. $15 is a short print. Who remembers how much Dad was back in the day when it came out? So Dad was, when Dad returned was a format, Dark Arms got over $300. There were people selling playsets at YCS Costa Mesa, or I guess I should say SJC Costa Mesa 2007. People were selling playsets of Dark Arms for over $1,000. If you can get a playset of Dad's for $1,000 at Costa Mesa, that was a good deal. That's how expensive Dark Arms got. I hate players who hate on players who are playing meta. Like, man, I'm trying to win. Like, I can play for fun, but I have fun winning. Same. Yeah, I never got the whole like hating on people for playing the meta. Like, that is just weird energy. Like, this is, at the end of the day, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where the goal is you sit down in front of somebody and you're trying to beat them at the game. So like being mad at people for wanting to win and giving themselves the best chance of winning is fucking ridiculous. That is such a ridiculous thing. But that is a completely separate topic. Phantom Darkness has so many money cards, it did. High value staples that you can splash into multiple decks are a cool concept until you realize even one deck itself is insane value. What type of Yu-Gi-Oh product or ideas do you think Konami would need to do in order for more people to get into it? They need to not, I spoke about this already for probably over an hour, but they just need to dumb down the game some. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I genuinely mean that cards should not have books on them. Like, cards just need to not have fucking textbooks on them. Like, look at Greffer. 2 effects, very simple to understand. All right. Where is Modern? How do I find like a Modern? I want to find decks. I'm going to go to this guy. Okay, Bestial Dragon Link. All right. I'm just going to click on this. I don't know what this is. I've never seen this card in my life. Don't know what this is. Send 1 light or dark monster from your hand to the graveyard. Add 1 light or dark monster that cannot be normal summon / set from your deck to your hand with a level from 4 to 8 and with a different attribute. Chat, I'm already annoyed. And with a different attribute than that monster. You can banish this card from your graveyard and target one of your banished light or dark monsters that cannot be normal summon or set. Place that monster on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. You can only use each effect of Chaos Space once per turn. Why would this need to be a card? All right, I'm gonna read another one. You can send any number of dragon monsters from your hand and or face up field to the grave. Add 1 dragon monster from your deck to your hand whose level equals the total original levels of those monsters into the graveyard. You can banish this card from your graveyard and target 1 level 8 light or dark dragon monster in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect of this once per turn. And then where you really get bad is when you scroll down here and you have these fucking things, and then you realize that somebody's going to sit there and summon this thing on you, which Borolo Savage Dragon. What's this do? 1 tuner plus 1 plus non-tuner monsters. If this card is synchro summon, you can equip 1 link monster from your graveyard to this card. And if you do, place Boro counters on this card equal to that link monster's link rating. This card gains attack equal to half the attack of the monster equipped to it. This guy is already 3,000 attack, chat. He gains half the attack of the link monster equipped to him. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can remove 1 Boro counter, negate the activation. This is the problem. This is just like an average card now. This is just like a regular card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. This is the problem with modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Shit like this is because these cards here are getting you to this thing. That's the problem. It can't be this. Like, this can't be the game. This cannot be the game. Also nonsense, by the way. This is nonsense. This can't be the game. What is this? Touch someone when rocket mouse from your deck, but it cannot attack. Also destroy during end phase. So this is one of the most straightforward cards I've ever seen. But I already know this card is probably a 1-card starter, isn't it? This is probably a fucking 1-card starter. I bet this gets one of these things that it can summon. And then it probably starts going into like a bunch of these things, and then it ends up on this guy, and then a bunch of other guys, and then your opponent loses the game. They need the game to not be that. And honestly, this deck is probably like not even... Oh, this is 2022. But this is proving my point though. The fact that this is 2022 and it's still this elaborate, and like you're doing all of these... I bet that this deck does a combo that takes 5+ minutes to complete the combo, and it ends on the most ignorant fucking board. I bet that this ends on the most ignorant board imaginable. I bet. Read Small World. I actually remember Small World. It's really hard to understand what it does. The fact that Small World has a website that shows you all the things that Small World can do. There's a website that has a diagram of all the Small World interactions. Like all the, like, show this can get you all of these. Show this can get you all of these. It's like a fucking matrix for Small World. At this point, I think Konami's only chance at simplifying the game is to do a hard reset. I actually agree with that. I talked about this like over 5 years ago with Silverman, because Silverman has been a big proponent of hard reset. He and me, we both believe that a balance really can't fix Yu-Gi-Oh. It can't. We're past that point now. Like, there's no balance that can fix Yu-Gi-Oh. You do kind of just need to press like the reset button on the whole game. Start fresh. I used to play Dragon Link and Master Duel, and you have to practice the combo, so I wouldn't time out just doing an uninterrupted combo turn 1. You have to practice the combo? Yeah. Does it end on a crazy ass board? Does Dragon Link end on a crazy ass board in 2022? I think so too, Duck Murderer. I've said this. I think that Genesis is just Konami's slow introduction of retconning the game. Can we sign a petition for a hard reset or something? Like, somebody has to have some sort of power to do that. I think Genesis format, in my head, Genesis format ultimately is what Yu-Gi-Oh is going to become, period. Like, I think they're introducing it, they're testing the waters, but I genuinely think that Yu-Gi-Oh's Master Rule 6, or whatever it would be, whatever the next Master Rule, is Genesis format. What's this matchup? They don't even try to hide it though. They call it the Genesis. Exactly. Like Genesis being the beginning. The first book of the Bible. I think Genesis is cool. I think the poise system is a good way to handle a non-set rotation game. Exactly. I think that Genesis is ultimately what Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Konami's plan is to make Genesis the default format for Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think that right now, this is R&D. They're just like testing it. Please read Vanquished Soul Holly Sue. So Stengo had me read Holly Sue before, and I remember it being nonsense. Doesn't it steal monsters permanently or some shit? I also love the name Holly Sue, by the way. During the main phase, quick effect. You can reveal one other Vanquished Soul monster in your hand. Special summon this from your hand. Quick effect. You can activate one of these effects by revealing monsters in your hand with the listed attribute or attributes. Earth and Dark. Take control of one monster your opponent controls with the lowest attack, your choice if tied, until the end phase. Fire and Dark. Special summon one non-psychic Vanquished Soul from your deck. Yeah, this is nonsense. This card is absolutely nonsense. Yeah, nonsense, chat. Holly Sue. Unironically, a redo/hat format power level is the sweet spot for the game when it comes to balancing combo decks with slower styles and extra deck mechanics. Yeah, I do think that like the power level of redo, the power level of hat is fine. I think that there are problematic things in those formats, however, but like the power level, if we're just talking about the power level, I do agree that there is a good power level in those formats. Hat, you know, I don't want Soul Charge to be like in my format as a permanent thing. That's a bit annoying. But like the power level overall is not egregious. Some things need to be checked, right? Like you can combo for pretty long in hat format, which I do not like. But I do like the way there's an Xyz monster for like every situation. I really like that. I like the, okay, here I summon Silent Honor Arc. Here I go Castel. Here I go Exciton Knight. Here I go, like there's, you know, there's that one guy that you summon him, Rhapsody and Berserk, for example, is a double DD Crow. I like stuff like that. Like I like Zen mains. I like Gaga Cowboy and Abyss Dweller before it became too much, because then it became too much. But like back then, yeah, like 2014 and prior, the power level is really fine outside of the problematic stuff. Like again, Soul Charge is problematic. Maxi is problematic. Like there are a lot of problematic things, but I didn't catch the last stream, so happy belated birthday. Thank you. Back when TCG exclusives were broken as fuck, yeah, Tour Guide, Tengu are TCG exclusives. Test Tiger is a TCG exclusive. TCG exclusives have been absolutely outrageous. Right. Sir Savage, yep, you hit the nail on the head. Redo hat format were the days where the extra deck was a toolbox and not a combo extender / infinite omni negate. And I would add to that, because now they're not doing the omni negate thing as much. Now they're doing infinite resources and follow up. But yes, it used to be a toolbox, and I liked the extra deck being a toolbox. That is a good way to put it. Bring back the extra deck being a toolbox and not a fucking 8-minute combo that you just run through your extra deck, linking up to some nonsense field. That's a pretty good Rageki break. What if you chain Book of Moon? That'd be crazy, right? Modern gaming is just live deck profiles. I saw that take recently and I thought that was a really good take. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh is just live deck profiles. I quit when Glads came out, then got back in when the fairy structure deck came out, and I topped with Gravekeepers at a regional, and game wasn't that crazy. Then it got nuts when Pendulums and Links. Yeah, Pendulums is one of the most egregious mechanics ever created, which is why they had to completely retcon it. That mechanic is so outrageously bad. It's weird seeing an absolute zero on Gary's field. Honestly, Enraged, I'm glad you said it. When I started paying attention and I saw it, I was like, how the fuck did that happen? But then I looked at the brain control at the top of his graveyard. I've been enjoying your Edison tournaments with What If, Cards Legal. I saw the one with Cards Hit for Turn and CCV. Will you consider other March 2009 format cards like Dark Strike Fighter? Everything on the ban list is going to be in What If. So, like we say it in every episode that the series is going through the entire ban list of Edison format. So every single card is going to get talked about on the ban list. The chairs is stick chair. Are you talking about stick chair? The chairs is when things started getting stupid. Yeah, Pepe is outrageously overtuned. Pepe also needed an emergency ban list. So just a sign of poor design. Monkey board. The Joker. Skull Crobat Joker, I think it's called. Like all that shit. Yeah, we didn't have stick chair the way OCG has stick chair. By the time we got stick chair, it was already kind of like meh. Like we were already kind of past that point. Like our power creep was already, like people did play stick chair and Shaddolls at the very like, but at that point, it wasn't even like the best deck or anything. I came back when Pepe was just coming out and I immediately quit. Why is one card such powerful? What card was it? What do you activate? Oh, it was Dinah. Yo, the fact that did Dinah just get banned in Modern? I'm gonna check. I know that Fossil Dinah is being used in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Okay, it's not banned, but it's being used in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh. The fact that this card is being fucking used in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh is so funny to me because we're playing Edison, which is 15 years before Modern. Oh wait, they did ban? Oh, it is banned. Oh, okay. Okay, so Format Library is not updated then, because this hasn't. Format Library doesn't even have the full history here. What's going on? So it is banned. Okay, I thought I was tripping. It just got banned, yeah. And it's 100 points in Genesis. Yeah, they banned like 7 cards, right? 7 or 8 cards. They need to ban 7 or 8 more. There's still more floodgates. Like, Floodgate Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also ass. And unfortunately has existed. Floodgate Yu-Gi-Oh! Has technically existed always. So, like, I really would like Floodgate Yu-Gi-Oh! To just not be a primary way to play the game. Is that generic rank 4 that Surge Dinah? Is that a new card? You called it Gallant. Well, I'm trying to Gallant Granite. Gallant Granite? Granite. I'm assuming it's Gallant Granite. Gallant Granite. Okay. 2 level 4 monsters. You can attach one material from this card, then activate one of these effects. Add 1 rock monster from your deck to your hand. Special summon 1 rock monster from your hand and face up defense. Okay, yeah, this is nonsense. So simple, too. Such a simple effect, but such a toxic effect. Oh, it's old? Oh, it came out in 2019. Damn, this is old as hell. I wasn't playing the game in 2019, though, is the thing. Like I said, I quit in 2017, before Lynx came out. Has there ever been an Edison deck that main decks 3 Dinah and just runs a million ways to protect and 2 of them? No, but there is a deck that plays 3 Dyna in the main deck. It's like it's a Hamster Echo Caius rock deck. So it plays like Fossil Dynas in the main. An engine called Mitsurugi that's splashable into everything can make a negate plus 2 level 4s for this guy with no normal summon. Granite is good because decks these days don't even use their normal. So do your combo, search Dyna normal, and then pass. Yeah, that's bullshit. I noticed Holly Sue was not a normal summon. TT 1-for-1 Vortex. Normal summon should be called special summon since you only get one and vice versa. Honestly, yes. As weird as that is to like comprehend, but I do get what you're saying. At this point, the normal summon mechanic is actually just the most normal thing that people do now is special summon. There's nothing more normal than special summoning 18 times. Setting a trap is more special than that at this point. It is. Setting a trap is crazy. In Modern, setting a trap is crazy. If it's not a floodgate, it's... Oh, okay, you're just dead. Damn. Damn, dying with Torrential and Vortex in your hand. Why do they not at least set to... Is there something that I don't know about? Like, we just casually did not set anything. Like, we just, like... Okay, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, but dying with Torrential in your hand is a little interesting. What round? This is round 4, so there's only one more round after this. So I believe that makes OG X1, which is good. And then Mayberry's X1, Home Bar, Poppy Churro, the Ice Queen. Whew. Any cool unique decks in the mix? No, I don't think people are playing unique cool decks for LCQ. LCQ is where you bring your A game. So there's a lot of Vayu, Blackwings, Hero Frogs I've seen, or just frogs in general. Because like the one guy, I don't think he's playing Hero Frogs. I think he's just playing like frog. I think it's Frog Monarchs. But yeah, for LCQs, you don't bring like like I'm doing a Edison local tonight, and if you want to try something, you try it at Edison local. But at LCQ for Worlds, you're trying to get your invite, so you're gonna bring like a real deck. Oh, Flareon is on Frog OTK. Okay. Yeah, so there's a Frog OTK player, there's a Frog Monarch player, and there's a Hero Frog player as well as several Vayu. I'm assuming multiple Blackwing, and I've seen a lot of Machina. It's the exact decks you would expect. Like they're, in terms of like competitiveness, it's the exact decks that you'd expect. What's the advantage of playing Frog Monarch over Frog Hero? It's easier. Your game plan is very linear. So like you get Treeborn and Grave, and then you just start tributing over and over again. You don't have to worry about getting a hero plus water plus Miracle Fusion and all that. You just you only have to worry about getting Treeborn access and then spam. It also has better matchups than Hero Frogs. For example, I genuinely think that Frog Monarch has a better matchup against Value Turbo, but I don't think that it has that much of a better matchup against Value Turbo that I would ever play it seriously. Because I topped with Frog Monarch last year, but like I was doing that because it was just fun to do, not because I thought that I was going to win the tournament. I did get third though randomly, but to the point, Hero Frog has a higher ceiling, and I believe that the higher ceiling is what wins tournaments. Frog Monarch's ceiling is very low. And because of that, now it is a powerful deck. It is a good deck. It's a good and powerful deck. But because the ceiling is so low, it is more fragile. So for example, Hero Frogs, Mask of Restrict is not going to just kill Hero Frogs. Pulling the Rug is not just going to kill Hero Frogs. Roll Oppression is not just going to kill Hero Frogs. Because Hero Frogs can do multiple different things. And I'm not saying that it doesn't lose to those cards. It absolutely does lose to those cards, but you have to have them at the exact right time. You can have, for example, you can have Mask of Restrict against Hero Frogs, right? And you're getting beat down by Absolute Zero and Junk Synchron nonsense. So like you have a Mask of Restrict, but they literally are playing Miracle Fusions on you. They're summoning Junk Synchron and creating Catasters, or bouncing Swap Frog and poking you with 1300 and bouncing it. They have Regeki Break ×3. So like, you're not just going to flip up Mask of Restrict against Hero Frogs and that's the end of the game. If you flip up Mask of Restrict against Frog Monarchs, it is literally the end of the game. Like that deck, it cannot play. Pulling the Rug is also obviously very effective against Frog Monarchs because you know that every turn they're just going to summon a fucking Monarch and you're just pulling the Rug. So also DD Crow hurts against Frog Monarchs because they have 2 Treeborns. So if you actually ever get both their Treeborns banished, the deck also starts to fall apart. They also have a less consistent opening. They don't have as many openers as Hero Frogs, which is another reason why I think Hero Frogs is significantly better than Frog Monarchs. You brick more with Frog Monarchs. You have 3 Substitutes, 3 Swap Frogs, and 2 Treeborn Frogs, which is 8 cards. Pretty decent amount of cards, but it's still 8 cards. Hero Frogs has everything I just named plus 3 Stratos. You have Rhoda, Stratos, and E-Call. That extra 3 starters is fucking huge in a long tournament. I can go on and on about this. I'm going to stop there, but oh, also, Frog Monarchs has a really hard time beating straight up Hero Frog. Frog Monarch has a hard time beating Hero Frogs because Miracle Fusion is a turn skip against Frog Monarchs. Like literally, that shit is so broken. Have you tried Diva Frog? So I've tried Diva Frog in the past. My problem with Diva Frog is that it is very weak to DDV. It is also very reliant on your normal summon. So it feels basically to me like a different version of Frog Monarchs. You still get 1 summon per turn, so it's either going to be Diva or Monarch. And the tricks that you can do with it, while I do like the tricks with like Discard Trap, Salvage, you know, Diva can make a Synchro. The tricks are cool, but it's still 1 summon per turn. I don't like 1 summon per turn decks, chat. I don't. The ceiling is too low for me. It's just too low of a ceiling. Thank you, Gingerilla. That's not to say that these aren't good decks. I think Diva Frogs and I think Frog Monarchs are both good decks. First of all, if you're playing the Frog engine, your deck is good in Edison. Period. Full stop. So, the Frog engine itself is too powerful. It is an overpowered engine. The same way the Blackwing engine is too powerful. Like Vayu Sirocco being Blackwings, and then so they're played in Vayu, and then it also plays in Blackwings, the deck. The engine is too powerful. Frogs is in that same exact category of the engine is too powerful. So it can't be bad. Like it literally cannot be bad. I have no idea. Yeah, Rug is good against Hero Frogs, yes. The problem is Rug is always good against Frog Monarchs, it is sometimes good against Hero Frogs. Because again, you can have Rug Set and they go summon Unifrog. You can have Rug Set and they go activate Miracle Fusion. Frog Monarchs does not have that. It does not do that. It does not have a Miracle Fusion. Yeah, you should keep Prisons against Hero Frog. Prison is just a good card. Prison is technically considered the best card in the format, just by the way, statistically. Prison is the most card represented in Top Cut of every Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament in Edison format. It is also, I'm pretty sure Prison is like the most played card too. Like when you look at Edison tournaments. We go formats, Edison. So let's take... There we go. Edison World Championship Qualifier. This is 166 players. Oh god, I hate this. Because I'm signed in, so it shows me all the replays and like, where is the data? No, what the fuck? I'm about to sign out of my account because I'm seeing information that I don't want to see. Like, where is the little thing that they show at the bottom that has like the pie chart? Oh, here we go. Okay, look at this, chat. The top main deck card in Edison format is Dimensional Prison. This is also going to be true in every tournament, by the way. I don't think there's a single tournament where you're really not going to see Deep Prison be the most played card. And then the same is true in Top Cuts as well. Like in Top Cuts, Deep Prison is also just played outright. So this is technically the overall best card in the format. Yeah, Prison is just really, really good. And every deck, too. Every deck can play Prison and it's fine. Salvage. This looks really bad for Ice Queen. Yeah, bottomless is ass because if you don't have it at the moment that the summon occurs, then it is just dead. It's literally dead. And it's not as strong as Torrential Tribute where you can actually set Torrential against an established field and punish your opponent for them doing anything else, or you can flip it yourself. Like the amount of times in my life that I've gone Summon Toad, Tribute Toad for effect, chain Torrential Tribute is unprecedented. Bottomless Trap Hole will just sit there and fucking rot against an Absolute Zero or a Caius or an Armwing or an Armor Master or a Stardust or a Thought Ruler or a Colossal Fighter or a Titanial. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Against Gores. Like, it's not even close. Deep Prison blows Bottomless Trap Hole out the water. I wish Bottomless was at 3 so people could play more of it and fuck their decks up more. You can run three Deep Prisons and Hero Frogs. You can't mess up Hero Frogs is the thing. If you're playing the Frog engine and the Hero engine and Miracle Fusion, your deck is just going to be competitively viable, unfortunately. It's just too strong of an engine. Who is Ice Queen's opponent? Oh, Ice Queen's opponent is playing Frog OTK, and then they saw it in the Dream Frogs, of course. Okay, I'm up to speed on what's going on here. So yeah, this matchup is really bad for Frogs.
Hello, hello.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Listen to you with this fake broadcast voice. What the fuck do you want? Like, what do you want?
No, I just came in here, took a peek at the stream. I was just like, oh, the Frog OTK player has almost triple the cards of their opponent.
Yeah, what else is new? What else is...
What else is new?
Yeah. It's like Hero Frogs cannot beat Frog OTK. It is such a fucking miserable matchup.
Yep.
It beats literally everything else just fine, but this matchup is like, dear God.
Yep. It's not good. It's definitely not good.
I'll tell you what.
Look at this.
Yeah.
What are you gonna Caius? What gets Caius here?
It needs to be Miracle Fusion Tribute for Vanity Scene, is what it needs to be.
That's true.
That's just what it needs to be. Just so we can start playing the game. Because you're dupe blocked and that's a flip-flop, right?
Yeah. Where we at in this set? Is this game 1?
This is game 3. So I assume game 1, Resort Area, OTK'd. Well, it could have been FTK. But
yeah,
OTK,
I was about to say, you had it right.
Yeah, I'm assuming that game 1, Resort Area, OTK'd, Ice Queen. Game 2, Ice Queen, probably Vanity's Fiend 1, because I think this is game 3. Yeah, this is game 3. And then we're here. And this game looks like it is chalked.
Well, it's game 3. Only one Vanities has been used. They could be playing 2, they could be playing 3. Okay, Dark Dust Spirit. That also ain't terrible, but it ain't looking like game either.
Yeah, that is a good card to have here, though. I did not expect that. I love this card. As you guys know, I sided this, and I continue to side. I love this card. I think this card is really fucking good. So they get 2. Yep, they get to add back Death Frog, which is good. That's pressure. And a Swap Frog, very good. There's still a flip-flop face down, which is kind of like whatever, because Dark Dust was going to the hand anyway. So Dark Dust is actually a fantastic answer. The only problem is life points are kind of low at 3,900. And we're going to prison that, so you can't even, because you don't want Dark Dust to keep doing that.
Well, we know a substitute is in the hand based on what was in the chat, so I guess a sub got bounced. Where's our dupe frog count at? Are we about to just get locked out again?
They're all 3 in the grave.
Nope.
But
not quite.
Pot Avarice is at 3, and they're not sided out, so. Hobby League rarity is beautiful. I do have a Hobby League Dark Dust, since that's the only other rarity he comes in that is not, bullshit common. What have you been up to, Slinger?
Nothing much,
I saw at 3 a.m. You were playing Luke.
Yep, I was getting sacked by Luke at 3 a.m. Signing up for my daily assignment.
Oh, you were getting destroyed by Luke? I didn't even know.
Yeah, no, it wasn't good. But you know what? We got the clap back on Cairo in the circuits. So.
I saw that you posted this morning. All I do was win the song, and then I knew that you had beat Cairo. I was like, he must have beat Cairo. I was like, he must have beat Cairo, bro.
Oh yes, I added Gary because I was just like, there's a chance that Gary's already awake from his.
It's funny. I was the one that was awake. Yeah.
And I saw your little icon come on right away. I was just like, oh shit, Fraser's up.
I was on the phone. I was on the phone till like 4 a.m.
Oh shit, just like you're in high school.
Exactly. Yes. With my feet on top of my wall, laying on my back. So if I would have kissed you, what would you have done? twirling the phone cord.
Twirling the fucking the little curly phone cord.
Yeah, that's what they're fucking just like this the whole time. Like, so what would you have done?
Damn, why didn't you ever tell me you liked me?
Yeah. It was beautiful.
Your friend told me. You didn't even tell me. That's crazy.
Yeah, your friend. Yo, you sound exactly like every high school boy. That is amazing. But yeah, I was actually up late because I'm off. I've been off work this whole week, so like this has been a really, like, my sleep schedule's fucked basically.
Yeah, a lot of people's sleep schedules are fucked. Luke stayed up until 5. I stayed up till 5. My wife was up until 5.
Jesus.
They can't be giving us what? Actually, no. This is a 5-day weekend for me specifically, but
Yeah,
You know,
it's
they
a
can't
long
be
time.
giving us more than 3 days. Otherwise, we start acting up.
Yeah, because even today is Friday. Like we still have the weekend.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We went to a restaurant
Mhm.
that did Thanksgiving. I got a nice big Italian meatball.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, I got a nice big Italian meatball as an appetizer. Got some nice bread. This person's fucking dead.
Yeah.
I also got as my entree some lobster ravioli.
Ooh.
I just didn't really get actually anything Thanksgiving themed. They did have a turkey thing, but like I'm gonna be honest, turkey's ass.
I like turkey, but
in
it
a
has to
little
be
bit.
prepared by black people.
Yeah, and I mean I'm gonna tell you right now, especially where I live.
Yeah, I know.
And the type of restaurant that I was in, I was like, there's no black people in the kitchen.
Yep.
Like I'm just gonna be honest.
Yep.
There just wasn't.
Like JD Vance yesterday said that turkey's ass, and I was like, well, JD, you never had turkey prepared correctly. Also, JD Vance fucks couches, so fuck him.
Yep, that's right. JD Vance. I've seen him try to dap someone up. Doesn't look good.
GG. All right, I'm gonna watch game one because I do want to see the OTK. I'm like a, I don't know what
Chess
you call
Prime
it.
says that it was a OTK through torrential with 1-for-1.
I can't wait to see it.
All right. Oh, looks like. Looks like there isn't too much here. But this Murray can change everything, and it did. It changed a lot.
I mean,
Holy
Murray
shit.
says draw 3 cards on it. That's illegal.
We're running through the whole deck. Fish 'em and wish 'em. Damn, we were holding on to this differential for dear life. Oh my god.
This is cinema,
Oh,
by the
yo,
way.
that was so sick.
Yeah, this
That
is
was
cinema.
fucking sick. That was fucking sick.
This is what I was trying to
Oh
do on
my
stream.
fucking god.
I don't know if you guys remember, but at RBT Chicago, I was doing this on stream, literally. I got torrentialed, and I played 3 pots, I think double Murray and double salvage in one turn, trying to find 1-for-1. And if I found 1-for-1, I was going to kill him through torrential. I literally did this on stream. I just couldn't draw the 1-for-1.
Oh my god.
But then my opponent still died anyway, because like, you're not coming back.
That was so fucking sick.
Yeah, that was wild. Also, how long did that take? Let me just check the log. 14 minutes.
Not too long, honestly. When
Yeah.
did the turn start?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. The turn had to be outrageously long though, so let's scroll up.
It's the third turn, right? Because there
Yeah.
it was Swat Frog pass, Swat Frog pass.
Yep.
Fourth turn, I think, technically.
Okay, yeah, 4th turn. But yeah, I'm scrolling. I will control F it, but I don't know what they. Okay, turn 3. Blue entered draw phase, enter standby. So is this the turn right here? Activated Murray.
They did not draw, yeah, because they were on the reckless, so they activated Murray, and that's where it found all this foolishness.
Yeah, so it started at 3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yeah,
They're
they basically
officially
started.
attacking for game 11 minutes later.
Yeah, not too bad in terms of time.
I literally did this while Keegan and whoever else was commentating against my Blackwing opponent in round 8 when we both were like guaranteed the top. And game 1, I start comboing off. They torrential me at a good point. Then I start potting and Murraying and salvaging and Murraying and potting and potting. And I'm literally just like, if I find 1-for-1, you are still dead. And I didn't find 1-for-1, but then I did end on like sub dupe flip flop or some bull. I don't know what I ended on like enough to be like, all right, you're still cooked. Oh, I think I know what it was. I ended on double dandelion token and a back row. And then my hand is 6 cards, but they're like the most ignorant 6 cards. And he draws for turn and just like does nothing essentially. And then that's the end. All right, this is round 5. This is the last round. So final round. Also this tournament, so it's LCQ. It's 5 rounds, and then it's cut the top 4, and that's it.
Yeah, that was sick.
Oh, Gary's actually X1, so if Gary wins this round, he has a good chance of getting his invite. Mayberry is also X1, playing against... Okay. Oh, Mayberry's playing against the undefeated. 2 DDVs does not stop that nonsense, unfortunately. If that was the case, I mean, you should ask all the fucking value players who wish that they had their DDVs when the sky was falling.
Yeah, you have to have DDV specifically.
Before you have to have it
salvage.
live before you die, which is already
Yeah.
hard to do. Because turn 1 is summon swap frog, send Treeborn, set some number of reckless greeds pass. You can't use Sirocco to DDV. And the chance of you opening up Greffer plus value or Sirocco plus DDV is less than, I think it's less than 8% to have that full combo. So 90, let's say 92% of the time, because I think it's around like 7 point something percent that you open up Greffer plus DDV plus a value or Sirocco. So 92% of the time you will not have that. So 92% of the time you are going to be playing against the deck raw.
Monday night.
And ooh baby, I like it raw.
Monday night.
Oh, well then we'll never play each other because you're at the bottom tables. I was so confused on Twitter the other day because I didn't know Marjorie Taylor Greene went by MTG, and I saw a headline, MTG is the reason we can't have women in politics. Not Magic the Gathering is the reason we can't have women in politics. That is fucking hilarious. That's actually great.
Yep.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. At the bottom tables is crazy.
You can't handle the truth.
You want the truth?
Bruh.
Yo, Kiwi Ghost is just doing the absolute dream froggiest most. Get your shit all econned. Yo, Darkin getting econned is diabolical.
I can't believe that.
What happened?
Just Darkon getting econned. I fucking love econ. That's my favorite. That's my favorite card.
Yeah, you do love some econ.
Yep. I just want to go back to. I just want to go back in the day when like people gave you turns to set up Treeborn access, so econ's always live. It's
Yeah.
always live and lit.
Fucking lit.
Econ is just so fucking lit. It's so crazy.
Gorz does not seem great here. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. And there's a known substitute in hand too. They decided to not go substitute into dupe block in the
Now,
shenanigans.
how did Kiwi Ghost do that? I didn't know that Time Walk was in Yu-Gi-Oh. I
Oh,
thought that was a
no.
Magic the Gathering card.
Yeah, no, Time Walk is in this format. They just passed, and the Gorz is already gone. So like, oh wait, no, Gorz is on the top of the deck. Never mind. I'll
Yeah,
I'll
Gorz
GK.
is on the top of the deck.
But that's fine though. We're here.
Yeah.
We're gonna play
Attack
this game.
with Ni-
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
play. There's a
attack with
flip flop
19.
frog.
Go ahead, drop your token. Drop your token. Drop it. Drop it like it's hot.
Now drop it like it's hot. This is such an annoying little thing that's going on right here. So Mayberry does need to draw DDV And I don't even know if that's going to be enough, honestly, because like, how are they getting it live?
I feel bad for Mayberry. Mayberry's looking like a guy that his friend told him to buy a stock while it was hot, and as soon as he bought it, it went down. That's what that Gores is. He was like, yo, these Gore stocks are hot right now, bro. You need to get in on this.
Get in on it. I was about to say, you definitely attack with the 1700. I'm so glad they did that. Because like, it's all the same. You're going to flip-flop that shit anyway, so you might as well get the most damage.
Yeah, get your shit flipped and dipped.
Flip him and dip,
and if your opponent has a heart attack and lets you attack some more, then that's fine by you.
Yeah. Flip him and dip him, boys.
Yep. Is he on Forg or Dream? Is this game 1? Because I saw Rises, so that looks like Dream to me.
It is definitely Dream. Yeah, I see Salvage. Yeah, this is Dream.
Econ as well is also not typically played in Froggo TK.
Yeah, it's not played in Froggo TK at all. It does not have room for that card. Now, that would be some new shit if they started doing. I don't know about, you can do whatever you want, but that is definitely not played at all in Froggo TK. Here we go. Dupe lock, flip flop, and a big token. That's all you need.
Super dupe lock.
Super dupe lock, flip flop.
Just get one more dupe on the field, and then we get the super duper lock.
It's interesting in Rage Peacock because Dream Frogs, like I did say, Dream Frogs is a deck kind of confuses me a little bit right now as a main deck, just because I feel like Froggo TK sides into it anyway. And Froggo TK, in my opinion, is just a better deck game 1. And you still get to play Dream Frogs games 2 and 3. But people have been playing Dream Frogs the last month, and I've seen it top 2 events in a row. Like specifically Dream Frogs. So I'm like, okay, that's good. Because the deck is still good. Like, again, it's playing Substitute, right? It's good. It's a good deck. But my question is always like, so you see how all this is happening? Mayberry would be dead right now. Through Gores, by the way. Like all this pussyfooting they're doing, none of this.
It's very interesting because like I think the weirdest thing about Dream Frogs to Froggo TK is that Dream Frogs does like 80% of the Froggo TK does like 80% of the Dream Frog like gameplay pattern where it does this dupe block with a flip flop when it can't kill you, but then it has the upside of killing you.
Yeah, like you can't put that in attack mode.
Yeah, like the benefit of playing Dream Frogs over Froggo TK, I guess maybe it's like you could put it on like it is the easier deck of like the 2 variants of like a Pot of Avarice like Frog deck. In terms of like Froggo TK, there is like a lot of like line thinking and stuff like that. At least with Dream Frogs, it's like it's a little bit more low to the ground. There's still like complicated lines.
It's a Monarch deck, so it is very straightforward in that regard. That's not even up for debate because Froggo TK is one of the hardest decks to play, and then this build, Dream Frogs, is not as easy as like Frog Monarchs because you are doing a lot more substitute stuff.
Oh my god!
Oh well, isn't that just literally game? Yeah.
No, we got one. Oh, we had Gardner. I guess you just accept it since you stacked yourself. Probably
right. If you know, you're just out the game. I do like that this person playing Dream Frogs is main decking Vanity's Fiend. That I think is cool. Because if you're going to play not Froggo TK siding in the Dream Frogs, you need to do something that makes it make sense. And playing Vanities in a main deck makes it make sense to me. So I'm in agreement with this build.
Yeah, gotta have some kind of upside to not wanting to kill your opponent.
Yeah, because like, why are you playing the weaker deck? You're going to be playing Dream Frogs games 2 and 3 anyway. So like, why game 1 are you just throwing away the opportunity to just literally win with very low interaction, basically?
Yeah, and I'm not putting this on Kiwi Ghost, but the only other reason I could see, which is more just personalized to the player, you're just like, I'm not really that good at the Froggo TK lines, but like Dream Frogs is a little bit more straightforward. I can play that deck.
Yeah.
And it's still just as powerful in terms of like the amount of control. It's like the best control deck.
Yeah, Frogs is always going to be the best control deck in Edison. It's just no deck can outgrind Frogs. Like, it's just not possible.
I need Rognak I need him to revitalize Burn Frogs. I need to see that again.
Bro,
That's
in my opinion, he messed it up. He took out the fucking, what's that, turbo rocket and turbo cannon.
yeah. Like I need to see that shit again. Because honestly, when it came down to that deck, that was always one of the decks when we did a video on it. I was just like, this deck is attacking you from like an angle that no other deck is doing. It's like playing Burn, but it's also playing the Frog Engine, which is like ridiculously good.
We're starting off very coy.
Get very coy on them.
Coy the Ray.
Do you think Diva Frog is worth taking to an event? Rog's been on it lately. I think Diva Frog's like kind of a fun deck, but from what I was hearing earlier, which I agree with Fraser, it's a little too low to the ground on like being really restricted to one normal summon. And also to make Diva Frog sustainable just as a deck, you need to max on Divas, you need to play Spine Gilman. You also need to play other targets for Diva to summon, like Mermaid Archer. Your deck is just like doubling the amount of susceptibility to DDV, which will not be going away. DDV will always stay. There's not really a reason for it to ever leave.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you're asking the wrong person, because I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't enter tournaments and like, if I'm traveling to an event, I'm not entering it for funsies. I'm not like trying to be like, oh, I played like a spicy brew. Like, that's not really my goal. So if I'm traveling to a tournament and I'm playing Frog OTK or Hero Frogs, because I actually want to have a chance of winning. So there's my answer. Like, the only two viable frog decks for me are Hero Frogs and Frog OTK. All the other frog decks are a joke. Like, they're cool if you want to have fun and all that, but like, I genuinely don't feel like, I just don't know why I would be handicapping myself playing like not Frog OTK or Hero Frogs when the proof is literally in the pudding. Like I don't even have to like say more. Like, you can just like look at what happens in actual tournaments like all the time. Proof is in a pudding, but he plays fairies. I like that. Proof is in a pudding, but he plays fairies.
Looks like we might be going to game 3.
Yeah,
Looking
this
a little down bad.
Yeah, this is not a good start. Like, summon Kaiku attacking the Raiko is like, okay. Like, we haven't seen, so I talked about this earlier. I don't like frog decks that are not Hero Frogs or Frog OTK because they are Treeborn decks, and clearly Kiwi Ghost has not seen Treeborn in this game, so they just lose. And that is the problem with every non-Hero Frog and Frog OTK deck. They cannot play the game realistically without Treeborn Frog. Not for long. They get off like 1 or 2 plays, but the problem is Value Turbo and Black Wings, the other decks that you're competing against, they can do more than 1 or 2 plays. So after you gas yourself by attributing for full price, either via Soul Exchange or Brain Control or whatever, you're gassed. You're gassed. They're just too reliant on Treeborn Frog. Like all the other Frog decks that are not Hero Frogs or Frog OTK are too reliant on Treeborn Frog. So they end up bricking like that. But obviously, you know, you do what you want. Like, I like topping and winning. Mainly, like, you know.
At this point, do you think Edison is fully solved or still evolving? Do you think any new decks might start showing up eventually?
No, I don't think Edison is fully solved.
Yeah, putting Edison as solved, I think, is not particularly really ever going to happen, because I think the format is balanced enough in the inconsistency of it. And we've also seen other things several times throughout Edison's life where the standard of thinking was one way, but then people started playing other cards or other decks that kind of counter that standard of thinking. And then it shifts everyone's focus to that. And it kind of like jumps around like 3 different iterations of how Edison's played, with what are the 3 decks that people are like mainly focused on and what cards are they playing. Like if we think about it, the formats of Edison before Gigavice became like a real deck, no one was like on plants or like had plans for plants. But then Gigavice started rearing its head a little too much, and people had to like kind of put a little bit more attention on understanding Gigavice, maybe playing different cards to deal with it. And even now, even though, you know, that video that Frazier and who was it, 10-foot, I think, Frazier and 10-foot, the Blackwing video? Who is the Blackwing video you did with?
Pro-Storm.
Pro-Storm. Blackwings were playing cross out in the side. They kind of stopped doing that for a while. Then we didn't see Blackwings really do too much. And now recently we've been seeing more cross out in the Blackwing side deck. And what, they've won like 2 tournaments in a row or some shit like that?
Blackwings
like,
have won like 8 tournaments in 6 months. It's been egregious. Yeah. Blackwings is currently performing like the best deck in the format. Like, and it's not close. It's not Value, it's not Hero Frogs right now. It is Blackwings. Blackwings is doing the absolute best out of any deck. If you're counting all the majors that have happened in the last 6 months, if you're going by that trajectory, Blackwings is by far the best deck right now. That's just a fact.
And that's just the crazy thing, because I feel like before 6 months ago, Blackwings wasn't even in the conversation of being the best deck. It was still one of the big 3 for sure, but it was like, oh, Blackwings best deck, it's definitely Value. Like Blackwings is like not good.
Yeah, the first 6 months, the first 6 months of 2025 was Frog OTK and Value, and that was like that was what was going on the first 6 months. Frog OTK won like 3 events, like honestly I think it was like back to back to back, and then Value, and then you get Hero Frogs, and then it seems like literally like right in the middle of the year Blackwings gets his first win, and then it just starts being fucking Blackwings. Like Blackwings has just been dominating so many events. Now Frogs did have 2 back-to-back wins recently. The LDS was won by Hero Frogs. Deck Devastators 9 was won by Frog OTK. And then I'm sure there's some Value sprinkled throughout there. There's some, but Blackwings has just been like dominant. Like if you just add up, if you just go to starting from, let's say, July 1st, which is exactly halfway through the year, and you go from July 1st to right now, the deck with the most wins is Blackwings.
Yep.
If that was the only metric that mattered, obviously it's not, because you also have to factor in like Blackwings and Value are the 2 most played decks also in tournaments in general. So like most people play those decks, so you always have that. It's not a 1-to-1 comparison of like comparing them or whatever, but if you're just going like the metric of what has won a tournament, then yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what speaks to Edison format, is that like there's these periodic times where like our previous knowledge is like rechecked, where whatever we think is the consensus best deck or the best strategy and stuff like that, it gets challenged by doing other things with other decks or playing other cards. And honestly, Edison has had a stable history of like new decks coming out pretty much in the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, we've seen like, I want to say anywhere between like 2 to 3 new decks that have never done anything before, like top or even win an event.
Yeah, that is a fact.
Like Gigavice, that's the one that always comes up to mind because that's like completely workshop fresh and new. Amaryllis was another one.
Yeah, Amaryllis won a major this year, I'm pretty sure. Or was it last year?
Yep.
It was one of these years.
I think it was last year.
Because I know it was the main guy who plays it, he's like from Australia. But I had him on Teach Me How to Cook.
Yep. Forgs as well.
Yeah, Forgs has won more tournaments this year than I'd like to admit. It has been very, very good this year. I think it's up to at least 4 majors this year. At least.
Yep. So, yeah, Edison being solved, I don't think exactly it's really in that direction. I think one thing about Edison is that the optimization of like decks that currently stand is definitely like starting to peak to the max.
Yeah, Ponce, Forgs is doing that on low representation. I mean, yeah, the number of Forg players in a tournament is less than 10 of every tournament ever played. There's never been more than 10 Frog OTK players in any tournament. So the fact that it has won as many tournaments as it has won this year, the fact that it has that high of a conversion rate, definitely speaks volumes to how much more powerful it is, in my opinion, than the decks that see the most play. And then, like, they win, but like, yeah, you also fucking 30% of the people in the tournament are playing this deck. Whereas like 4% of the people are playing the other, or maybe even less, depending on how many people there are. But yeah.
Yep, that's true. Good year for Twilight. And that's the thing as well, is that like, because it's a locked format, you're not going to have many like new decks and technically playing with brand new cards that no one's ever seen before. But most people are just always generally aware of like what cards and decks you can be playing.
Yeah. Yeah, a YCS, second place at a YCS this year, Barcode played a Thunder Dragon Volcanic, like whatever you Black Garden deck, Volcanic Garden. That is a completely different new deck. Like, I've never seen that before. It's never, as far as I know, it's never like topped anything. It damn sure didn't get second at a major. But that happened. Like, that is another deck that just like,
oh my god, that was such a timely Gores.
That is another deck that just like absolutely came out of nowhere, and now it is a deck that like people can pick it up and play and see success with, because it does have really good matchups across the board.
Yep.
But representation is always like a problem with newer decks, because Mocking a Hero, I think, is a really good deck too. How long will it take for people to realize that? I don't know. But like, there's a lot of decks that did come out this year. Not many people play them, but they are really good, and they have like these flash in the pan moments.
Yeah, which isn't exactly indicative of their power level. Because if they do have like a good performance, you can chalk it up to like matchup and experience. But like that's the competitive edge of Edison, is that like when people are all like moving to one side of the room on what is the known knowledge, and then someone goes to the other side of the room to try to find a way to soft counter or even hard counter what's the current thought process. That's why I think the solvedness of Edison format is never really going to ever happen. I think the format is just too RPS, too balanced in every direction. Well, that was a fucking fantastic Vanity's Fiend. But, yeah. In my opinion, probably isn't really going to be too much solved, but definitely for sure is very optimized. That's for sure true with Edison, I think.
This is getting bad.
It was already bad.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention until like the Vanity Fiend came down, because I saw a big field on Mayberry's side, and then somehow we switched with a Gorge drop, I think, and then it just has been bad since.
All right. Let's see if this face down can do some work. Needs to be Raikou today. Okay, well. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye.
This is the fucking Kaikus. Game 2, there were 2 Kaikus. I would have been so on high alert if I was Mayberry after that game 2.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he couldn't fucking be on high alert. Oh, did we only banish one? We're being very afraid of like a crackback with Dark Arm? Okay. I mean, that was only one banish.
These cards aren't necessary to banish is the thing. So
yeah,
I
no,
get
it's
it.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like you
it's
don't need
true.
to. Yeah, I don't want these in the banish pile. I'm fine with these. I'm fine with these being higher than Dark Arm, and cards that just I'd rather them be here because they're not usable in the grave. They're usable in the banish pile though.
Yep.
For nefarious reasons. Okay, there we go.
Very true. All right.
Oh, and there we go. Yeah.
Damn, not pointing to the Vanity Fiend you weren't going to do anything about.
Oh, this was so cooked.
What did you have the turn that came down? What was that? How was that ever going to come down, though? That graveyard was fucking maxed out. That was a max credit card.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the final round. So Mayberry takes an L there. Gary ended up winning, so Gary will get his invite. Look at that. Gary qualifies.
Shit, Gary?
Come on, Gary.
Is he playing Vayu?
He is playing Vayu. I told him to go back to his roots.
It's great. Because Cairo, oh man, we were watching Gary play. Well, Cairo was playing Gary, and I was watching him play. I was like, Gary, this Blackwing Adventure is not working for you. Just go to Vayu.
Just go to what you know, bro. You're a Vayu player. Just be a Vayu player. Stop trying to fucking. Just because Blackwings is currently doing better, don't try to flock over to their, the Blackwing shores. Stay in the
decks
Vayu.
know. The decks know when you're trying to switch up, and they don't know you like that.
Stay in the Vayu valleys. Don't try to go over to the Blackwing shores. Gary is such a meta whore that if he sees a deck doing too good, he like wants to play it. Even if his deck is already good. Like, bro, you're playing Vayu. There's nothing wrong with your deck. There's only you are to blame. If you can't do well with Vayu, you're to blame, not the deck. You don't need to switch off of Vayu. You can always do well with Vayu. You can always do well with Hero Frogs. You can always do well with Blackwings. You don't need to switch. You can switch if you want to because you just want to have fun, or like maybe you want to learn new skills or something like that. But switching because you think that your deck is all of a sudden not that good is bullshit. Those 3 decks are the best 3 decks in the format.
Yeah, the fact that Substitute works both ways is so wild.
Yes.
It's at 0.
Yeah, so you're actually dead.
Yeah, so you're definitely dead. Yo, that's yo. Oh man.
I gotta rewatch. I just want to see that game. I just want to see that game.
I think when it's all said and done, and if people don't already think this, I think when it's all said and done, when Edison format is good and dusted, if we ever get there, we're all gonna agree that Substitute is the most powerful card in the Edison format.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
If I had to do a most powerful cards in the entire format, Substitute is number 1.
Yep. It facilitates the best engine. It gets rid of your opponent's monsters.
It also does the most broken thing that we can do. Yep. There's nothing that we can do more broken than Substitute in the format. Where is this OTK going to come from?
It's right here.
Yeah, I guess it is right here.
Yeah, it has to be right here. Because I see a Duke Frog that's going to be assed out in the winds.
Not assed out in the winds.
Here comes the winds. Oh, shit. Wait, where's the other dupe, by the way? I'm just curious. Should we have fully duped down here?
They might have sided one out.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's in the grave.
Nope,
Never mind.
it's in the grave.
LOL, JK.
Somehow it made it in the grave there. I think maybe Swap Frog pitched it or
something. No, you're dead.
Damn, that's so fucking crazy, bro. You can't fight back. It's literally there. It's there in zero attack. Substitute says no.
It can't die in battle. So even if you had Gores, you're still dead.
Yo, literally.
I wish that Poppy Troll had Gores just to like show that.
Yep. I just find it so funny. It's just like they jump in the fuck out of this Dupe Frog. Fight back, Dupe Frog, fight back.
I like that he took the wrong life, and then Resort is just like, it has no attack.
Yeah. So you getting taxed for these attacks.
So for people who don't know what's going on, Substitute prevents frogs on the field in general, both sides, from dying in battle. So this can't die in battle. Black Rose put it in attack mode with 0 attack. So this is now a 0 attack, can't die in battle monster. This is a play called Kiss from the Rose that Forks can do. There's like a whole name for it. But this play is called Kiss from a Rose, and it's every Fork player knows it. If your opponent ever has a Dupe Frog on the field, they die. And you just do this, put it in attack mode, 0 attack, have a bunch of monsters, and it could be an assortment of monsters, gang up on the Dupe Frog, it can't die, just keep this on the field in this game. And if they have Gores or anything, it doesn't matter. You got Battle Fader, Gores, Tragodia, you still die. It's like a very common Fork play in the mirror match, or in any kind of Frog matchup.
Yeah. That's why most Frog players, when they're playing against Forks, they just take out their dupes, because it's just a liability on the field.
Yeah, it really is a liability. All right, so EK Yugioh is undefeated. Gary is guaranteed. Yeah, Gary is guaranteed his invite, which is good. It only took Gary one try with the LCQ. He didn't have to try over and over again, because that's always the thing where it gets kind of like, ugh. One try, Gary got it, you know. And then Flareon, Froggo TK. I'm guessing this is the Dream Frog player. Yeah, because this is the person that played against Mayberry. This is Dream Frogs went undefeated. Dream Frogs went undefeated. Froggo TK went X and 1. Vayu went X and 1. And Hero Frogs went X and 2. I don't know what Homebar is playing, but basically you have 3 different Frog decks and Gary here with Vayu. So Gary is surrounded by 3 different Frog decks here. If I knew how to make one of those couch memes, I would put Gary on the couch as Vayu. And I would put like the frogs around him. Now what I'm going to do before I end the stream is I'm going to check to see who got what place, because the standings that you see here are not accurate. You have to look for the standings on yeah, you have to look for the standings on Retrobot, so they're going to be here. So here are the real standings. So the real standings are so unfortunately Ice Queen gets 5th place and does not get an invite because her tiebreakers are worse than Homebar. I don't know what Homebar is playing. If you guys remember, if you guys remember, you can let me know. I don't know what he's playing. But Homebar, Gary, and then we got Dream Frogs and Froggo TK. I know these are, yeah, Dream Frogs, Froggo TK, Vayu, and 1 miscellaneous deck. So, and Ice Queen was on Hero Frogs.
Yeah, I mean, really? Dream Frogs, Frogger TK, and a little bit of Vayu action. I mean, the nice thing, I think, when it really comes down to Dream Frogs, like I said, and maybe it tells the story, because the Dream Frogs is undefeated, the Froggo TK has one set loss, you know? Maybe a little bit easier to make those decisions, not make any misplays with the Dream Frogs. With the Froggo TK, it's a lot of thinking. Like that one set loss, it could be to a bad beat, but it also could be to just maybe a little bit of a misstep in decision making, leading to a game loss. Like, I don't know. I'm liking the momentum and the idea of the Dream Frogs out here.
Here's the Kiss from the Rose thing. 9 cards, including the mandatory Brionic. Do they not have the name on here? There's a spreadsheet or a file that actually has the name, like Kiss from a Rose, on it. I guess this is the one.
It's the Excel spreadsheet one, I think.
Okay. Yeah, but there's an actual thing that shows like the name of that play. But yeah, it's actually called Kiss from a Rose. Like, I'm not making that up.
It's a nice little nickname for it.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, here we go. So I had to search in the Discord, the Frog Discord. So I typed in or kiss in the frog channel. But here you see that line is called Kiss from a Rose, as far as I know. Yeah, and then Adam Sheck references it again in June, that things like Brio, Colossal Army Arm, Black Rose Dragon, Kill Through Dupe Line, Kiss from a Rose, Kiss from my toes. I'm keeping Kiss from a Rose on my spreadsheet. And yeah, so that is genuinely what that is called. We do that. I actually did it to somebody in a tournament. Yeah, I did that to somebody in a tournament in Orlando, in YCS Orlando this year. My opponent had a dupe frog, and I spent literally like, it had to be 10 minutes, but he ended up dying with a dupe frog. I remember I summoned Mistworm, and he had triple dupe frog on the field, and he picked up all three, and I said leave one, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and then I killed him. And I was like,
I shot him with a gun.
Yep. He picked up, I summoned Mistworm, he had 3 dupe frogs, and he picked up all 3, and I looked at him, I said leave one, and he just started going, just a slow shake of the head. It's like, okay, I see what you're doing. I see. So, all right, guys. Well, that is going to end LCQ number 1. There are more LCQs. So before I end the stream, let me show this as well. You need to be in the Format Library Discord server in order to play in the LCQs for Worlds. Worlds is coming up very soon. I believe Worlds is December 14th, but let me double check that date. When is Worlds? Edison World Championship Qualifier. So there's LCQs. Okay, December 13th, sorry. Worlds is December 13th. So we have about 2 weeks. We're going to have Worlds, and I'll be streaming this event, of course. LCQs, though, there are more LCQs happening. So there's another one tomorrow at 11 a.m. Another Edison World Championship Qualifier LCQ, or not Qualifier LCQ, but another Edison World Championship LCQ, Last Chance Qualifier. So there's another one happening tomorrow at the same time, 11 a.m. And then there's another one. There's another one on December 6th at 11 a.m. And then there's another one on December 7th at 11 a.m. So basically, all weekend and all next weekend, there are going to be more LCQs to play in. And then finally, the next week will be Worlds. So just so everyone is aware, again, if you want to play, you got to join Format Libraries Discord. And yeah, that's pretty much everything. I will be back on later because I plan to do a tournament tonight. So, you know, I'm going to go eat right now. I'm going to go heat up some Thanksgiving leftovers, and I will be back. Thank you all for your attention to this matter. Peace.